ahead. Okay. Okay, now we are signing the MOU. Please, Mr. Prasetyadi, President Director of PT Pelindo Jasa Maritim, and Mr. S2 Prabowo, Central Board of INSA, which is represented by the Executive Chairman. Okay, now we have a photo session together. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can you give applause? Thank you. On my count, in 3, 2, 1, go. One more time. We take a back. Oh, please open the mask, gentlemen. Please open the mask, please. Okay, we. Okay, we will take a photo session one more time. You can also open the mask and ID card for a moment. Okay, on my count. Ready? Okay, in 3, get ready. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, President Director of PT Pelindo Jasa Maritim, Mr. Prasetyadi, and Central Board of INSA, which is represented by the Executive Chairman, Mr. S2 Prabowo, for signing the MOU. Okay. For our next agenda, we have a ceremonial circular letter handover from the Director General of Sea Transportation of the Ministry of Transportation, Mr. Arif Toha Cahyagama, to the Executive Chairman, Mr. S2 Prabowo from INSA. This circular letter, ladies and gentlemen, was issued by the Director General of Sea Transportation and the Ministry of Transportation. This joint effort is aimed to increase the role and action, increase the role and action of the government of Republic of Indonesia in collaboration with parties in the shipping sector to substitute fossil-based energy sources into electricity, which is more environmental friendly. Distinguished guests, we have witnessed. Okay. Okay, thank you. And you have, please return to your seats. Let's move on to the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are moving to the next agenda, which is the signing of the MOU between Waskita Karya Infrastruktur, a subsidiary of Waskita Karya Persero, Royal Maha Consult, and Indo Energy Masa Depan as an investment partner in collaboration with strategic partner of Reposen Holding Pte Singapore to support the Indonesian government's commitment to reduce carbon emission as one of the points in the 2015 Paris Agreement on Climate Change. The Cilamaya floating project with a capacity of 2,000 MW will be built in the Cilamaya, Karawang district, which will produce green electrical energy of 4,000 GWh per year and will reduce carbon emission up to 3.2 million CO2 a year. COD is targeted at the end of 2025. In the process, Waskita Karya Infrastruktur be an investment partner, while Waskita Karya will be the construction contractor. Waskita Karya Infrastruktur is an energy and infrastructure investment company that operates hydroelectric power plants, develop water infrastructure projects, fabricates steel frames and heavy equipment, while Reposon is one of the developers and facilitators of infrastructure project investment to assist sustainable development. Reposon developed the entire cycle of a renewable energy infrastructure project, such as solar, wind, hydro, and etc., from project inception to construction. Now for signing, we would like to invite parties to come on the stage. First, from the consortium, Waskita Karya Infrastruktur, Mrs. Oktarina Kartiva Ayu as President Director. And also we have Mr. Adi Sutrisno as Director of Business and Strategy from Waskita Karya Infrastruktur. We move on to the Royal Maha Consult, Mr. Joachim Alfred Heinz, George Walter Pine as Director. From Environment, we have Insinyur Krisman Simorangkir MBA as President Director. From Reposon Holding Pte, we have Mr. Faisal Irsyad as Director and Mr. Numair Enam as Director. And the third, from the witness side, Mr. Destiawan Suwarjono as President Director of Waskita Karya, please come up on the stage. And also Mr. Salman M. Barai as President Director of Ahwa Power Indonesia. Please come up on the stage, Mr. Salman and Mr. Destiawan, okay? Okay. Okay, the first group, please, Mr. Numa Enam as Director, Mr. Adi Sutrisno as Director of Business Strategy from Waskita Karya Infrastruktur, and Mr. Joachim Alfred Hayes, George Walter Pine as Director to sign the MOU. For those who finish the sign, please step back and we move on to the second group. Okay, please, for those who finish the sign, step back and we move on to the second group. Mr. Faisal Irsyad from Reposon Holding Pte. We have Mrs. Oktarina Kartiva Ayu from Waskita Karya Infrastruktur and Insinyur Krisman Simorangkir from Environment. Hold on, Mrs. Oktarina, Mr. Krisman, and also Mr. Faisal. We will take a photo. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. One more time. One more time. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay. We are not finished. Next, we have a group photo session together. Ladies and gentlemen, please we take a photo together. Please gather at the center of the stage. We will take a photo session right now. On my count, in 3, ready? Okay, please open the mask and ID card, thank you. Okay, on my count, in 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. One more time. Say cheese. Okay. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Okay, you may be seated. Please, you may be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next program, we will take a break for a moment. Thank you. We will have a short break, ladies and gentlemen, only 5 minutes. Please don't go anywhere. Please stay on us because we only have 5 minutes on break. So move on to the next program. Now we are moving to the next panel, panel discussion 1. The topic is macroeconomic outlook session. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated because we want to move on to the program, which is panel discussion 1. The topic is macroeconomic outlook session. Please stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving with the program. And now we have a panel discussion. The topic is macroeconomic outlook session. Now, please welcome our moderator for the first session, Mr. Andre Asmoro, Chief Economist from PT Bank Mandiri. Please, Mr. Andre. Okay, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the macroeconomic discussion with the title of Indonesia's Resiliency in the Midst of Global Stagflation. I am Andreas Moro. I will be the moderator of today's panel. So today's panel will elaborate the impact from the global policy shift post-pandemic, like the monetary and fiscal standpoint and also the real sector standpoint. It draws from the recent forecasts from, for example, the IMF and also the World Bank and the market participants, the consensus that tells that the picture in 2023 is rather gloomy and more uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, the global economy in 2022 has been through a roller coaster ride, having recently get up from the pandemic, and the global economy was suddenly struck by the impact from the Ukraine and Russia war. The rising energy prices, inflation rate, and aggressive policy tightening ignites concern of the global economy will enter a steep slowdown or even global recession, with the worst scenario of stagflation. So the economy is stagnant, and also we have a very high inflation rate. From the pandemic, from the domestic economy, of course, we see Indonesia's recovery has been posted with a stellar performance. We can see from our Mandiri Spending Index that the spending has passed the pre-pandemic level even since September 2021. So I repeat again, even our consumption has already passed the pre-pandemic level since 2021. So it's a good performance. That's why no wonder Indonesian economy was posted with 5.4% in second quarter or 5.23% in the first half. Without any, for example, the BBM or fuel price hike, we can see actually Indonesia's economy to grow up more than 5.3% this year. So, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss all the background, without further ado, please allow me to invite to the stage a very distinguished panelist. So, the first panel will be former Minister of Finance, former Bank Indonesia Governor, and currently serves as the Chairman of Commissioner of Bank BNI. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Agus Martowardoyo. Please, Pak. Come on the stage. And the second panelist is a former Minister of Finance and currently serves as Chairman of Commissioner of Bank Mandiri, Bapak Muhammad Khatib Basri. Please, Pak, welcome. Yes, yes. And last but not least, let's give a round of applause to the lead economist of the World Bank Indonesia, Mr. Habib Rab. Ya, Pak Dede, maaf Pak Dede. Thank you. It's a rare occasion we can see two finance minister here together, and also Pak Governor of Bank Indonesia. So, Pak, I will start the discussion. Let me start from the global economic situation. So, if you can see that the latest, the IMF report in October, the title is so, is very interesting. That's countering of the cost of living crisis. So rising inflation rate, rising interest rate, and also energy prices will cause people very difficult, for example, to have like with the current states of income, for example, to stay with the purchasing power. So to give a brief or a comprehensive picture of the global outlook in 2020 and also 2023, please, Mr. Habib Rab, the floor is yours for 50 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Pa Andri. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a really great honor to be in such a distinguished panel with you, Pa Dede and Pa Agus. So what I wanted to do was to give an overview of the economic outlook, in particular discuss a little bit the different scenarios that we see in terms of the potential for global recession. I don't know if they will put up the slides.
The slides, please.
Thank you. So my focus of the discussion will really be on three key messages. Next slide, please. The first message is, as Pa Andri rightly mentioned in the introduction, is that we are entering, or actually already in quite a rare situation, which is this combination of slow economic growth and high inflation, which has shifted policymakers' attention away from the recovery from the COVID crisis, more towards maintaining economic stability. The second message is that this sort of rare situation was only seen once before in the 1970s at this sort of global scale. And at that time, the period of stagflation ended with a widespread economic crisis among emerging market and developing economies. But there are important differences in this round, which I will try to highlight, which may help act as a mitigant towards such a crisis, which will lead me to my third key message, which is that given the current context, what are some of the key macro and financial risks that are worth focusing our attentions more on? And I will only highlight three. There are many others, but the three I will speak of is the pace of the policy tightening, management of external market pressures, both of which I think are relevant to Indonesia, and then the third is addressing the debt overhang. Next slide, please. So in terms of the growth outlook, as Pa Andri mentioned, there is a significant downgrade in global economic growth relative to what we saw in early 2022. So what this first chart shows is that across 70% of the economies in the world, we have significantly downgraded the growth forecast in mid-2022 relative to early 2022. The only exceptions, so the silver lining, are among selected emerging market and developing economies that are also commodity exporters, like Indonesia. Now, 2 points to note. The first is that after the strong rebound in 2021, one would expect the economy to slow down simply because of base effect, which is what we illustrate in the second chart. But what is striking is really the steepness of the decline. So this is actually the steepest decline in growth after an initial recovery following a global recession since the 1970s. So that is the first point to note. The second point to note is that even with the steep decline in growth, we still don't project recession in our baseline. And the recession we define as an annual contraction in per capita GDP globally. That said, there are many uncertainties, and we've looked at various different scenarios, which is what is illustrated in the third chart, which is that if you have a confluence of factors, including a faster than expected tightening in the Fed policy rate, which is not an unlikely event given the inflation figures that have come out most recently, and further shock to energy prices and further COVID lockdowns in China, then growth could fall to around 1.5% globally in 2023. Next slide, please. But ultimately, the biggest risk, what will happen over this outlook period will depend very largely on what will happen to the inflation rate. Now, of course, what is special around this time, as Pandri rightly mentioned, is that both growth is slowing down and inflation is rising. And in fact, even since 2021, these emerging price pressures were already quite evident. In the developed economies, inflation has reached the highest level, which is what we're trying to illustrate in chart 1, since the early 1980s. In emerging market and developing economies as well, inflation pressures have been starting to catch up, especially since the commodity price shock of 2022. And what is happening in particular, which we illustrate in the second chart, is that inflation is above targets in all advanced economies and in close to 90% of the emerging market and developing economies that have inflation targeting regimes. And what this, of course, suggests is that this means a renewed cycle of policy tightening, which has already started. In fact, it started quite early in emerging market economies in the first half of 2021, and it's started in advanced economies in the second half of 2021. Now, of course, a lot will depend on what will happen to commodity prices. We project commodity prices to moderate, in particular oil prices to moderate in 2023, but to still remain above the historical average, which is what we try to illustrate in the third chart. We have looked at various different scenarios. Our chief economist's office has recently looked at 3 scenarios in particular in terms of where prices might go. Our baseline suggests that inflation will peak in 2022 and start to moderate in 2023. So it will peak at around global median at 8% in 2022 and start to slow down to around 4-5% in 2023. But it will not return to central bank targets before 2024. In a more extreme scenario where inflation expectations remain become unanchored or inflation becomes more persistent, requiring a tighter than expected central bank policy tightening, then growth could slow down to anything between 1.5% and 2.5% in 2023. Next slide, please. Now, I wanted to touch very briefly on the East Asia and Pacific region, including Indonesia, where what we see in both 2022 and 2023 in the first chart is that economic growth is expected to remain somewhat higher and inflation somewhat lower than the average across the other major economies. And that's why you see a lot of the big economies in East Asia and Pacific region clustered in the top right-hand corner of the chart. Now, even with the slowdown in China in 2022, we expect major economies to rebound back quite strongly, largely because of domestic demand. Now, at the same time, inflation, both headline and core inflation, has started to gradually increase, which is what we show in the second chart. And in some of the major economies, they have surpassed central bank targets, including Cambodia, Thailand, Philippines, and Fiji. In other major economies, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and China, they are closer to the central bank targets, but inflation pressures have started to mount and to accelerate. So the situation is somewhat better than the rest of the world, but we still see no room for complacency because the global slowdown will have an impact on the region as well, which is what we try to illustrate in the third chart. A 1 percentage point decline in economic growth, either in G7 economies or in China, could lead to a slowdown of anything between 0.5 percentage point and 1 percentage point across major economies in East Asia and the Pacific region. Next slide, please. This brings me to my second message, which is that in this environment of slowing growth and high inflation, what should be the policy response? What can we learn from past episodes of stagflation? Next slide, please. So the first slide shows that there are a number of similarities between what is happening in the global economy today and what happened in the last period of stagflation in the 1970s. The first, of course, is around the rapid pickup in global inflation. In the second half of the 1970s, we also saw a commodity price shock, which was similar to the commodity price shock, supply-side shock that we experienced in 2022. And global inflation increased very rapidly, as it has done in 2022 also. In fact, price pressures were arguably higher because the rollback in monetary policy expansion was also much slower than in 2022. The second similarity is that this rapid rise in inflation follows an extended period of monetary policy accommodation. So it follows 10 years of relatively low interest rates, which is what we illustrate in the second chart. In the 1970s, inflation rate real interest rates were negative in real terms. The same applies in the 2010s, and then of course that got further reduced during the COVID period, which also coincided with a rapid increase in debt. So the monetary policy accommodation, which is what you see in the third chart, also led to a rapid increase in debt. Now, in 2021, that increase in debt was even higher than what we saw in the 1970s, because in the 2010s, the acceleration in debt and the broad-based nature of that acceleration in debt was one of the most rapid historically. Now, this coincides then with a slowdown in economic growth, which in the 1970s led eventually to financial crises. Next slide, please. Now, there are good reasons to think that this situation could be avoided in the coming years. And there are several differences. I will just focus on one because of what I had mentioned about the prevalence of the importance of what happens to inflation in relation to economic growth next year, which is the strengthening of policy frameworks since that period, and in particular, improvements in the monetary policy framework. So over time, we have seen significant improvements in monetary policy framework with a much greater focus of central banks on inflation targeting, on price stability relative to earlier periods. And that applies both to advanced economies, but also to emerging market and development economies, including Indonesia. And we have some of the architects of those reforms with us in the panel today. Now, what is interesting is that these strengthening of the monetary policy frameworks has also led to greater anchoring of inflation expectations, which is what we try to illustrate in the second chart. What this second chart shows is that the sensitivity of inflation expectations to price shocks, to surprises in price increases, has declined over time. So what you can see in the red bar is the sensitivity of inflation expectations to price shocks in the early 2000s. So when there was a price shock, people were becoming more sensitive to inflation pressures going forward. So inflation expectations would rise much more rapidly. That was the situation in the 1990s and the early 2000s. In the latter period, which is from 2005 to 2019, the sensitivity of inflation expectations to price shocks has started to decline. So inflation expectations have become much more anchored because the credibility of central banks in managing inflation has become a lot tighter, including in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Which brings me to my final message and the last couple of slides, which is that given this context of low growth, high inflation, elevated debt, what are some of the macro financial priorities that we think we should focus on in order to maintain an orderly adjustment? And there are many, but as I said, I would just focus on three of those. So the first, next slide please, is the pace of policy tightening, the pace of tightening of interest rates going forward. and the risk of tightening too quickly. Now, interest rates, of course, are projected to increase over 2023 because of what I had mentioned about inflation projections remaining above central bank targets in 2023, which is what we try to illustrate in this first chart on the left-hand side. Now, of course, we would expect interest rates to increase, but it is important not to press on the brakes too hard over this period and completely sacrifice economic growth. And the reason for that is that already you saw during the COVID period a slight decoupling in the recovery between advanced economies and emerging market developing economies. And that decoupling is likely to become sharper with the growth projections in 2022 and 2023. So what really matters is maintaining a healthy balance between what happens to the policy rate, but also to fiscal policy, to macroprudential policy, and to structural reforms, which will ensure that inflation can be managed together with avoiding a complete collapse in economic growth. Next slide, please. The second macro-financial risk to manage in our view going forward is how external market pressures are managed. Now, the extent of debt servicing costs, the external exposure, the current account deficit, all of these will matter in what policy instruments are used between the exchange rate, the policy rate, and of course, capital controls going forward. Now, what we see in the East Asia and Pacific region, including in Indonesia, is a slightly more comfortable position in that low levels of debt or public debt levels have not increased quite as rapidly as in other economies. In Indonesia, for example, the public debt levels, which were already quite low, increased by around 10 percentage points of GDP compared to 20% or more in other emerging market and developing economies. At the same time, in particular for commodity market or commodity exporting economies, the current account deficit has also shrunk, which has meant that the external financing needs have also declined. So there needs to be a balance between policy tightening in terms of interest rate, exchange rate, using exchange rate as a shock absorber, which we were discussing just before the session with Pagus and Padide and Pandri, and of course maintaining an open capital account, which is really critical. The last macro-financial pressure to manage is that of debt overhang. Now, in most economies, public debt and private debt has increased quite significantly. That means leverage has increased. The private sector will be very focused on deleveraging over the coming period. Indonesia also stands out in this area. The amount of leverage in the economy is not as significant as in many emerging market and developing economies. And managing this increase in debt also requires debt restructuring frameworks, which we have seen in past crises, which are essential to allow breathing room in balance sheets of banks and also companies, so that the temporary shock doesn't turn into a more permanent drop in output. Otherwise, you will see this decline in potential growth, which we illustrate in the third chart. So with that, Pandri, let me finish on this note and hand over back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Raab. Give an applause for Mr. Raab. So I take some big keynotes here. The importance of the policy framework is, and then second one is pace of policy tightening. It is important, and addressing the debt overhang. Yeah, I think those three. I will hold my questions later in the question and answer. So I will continue. Yeah, after we're talking about the global situation. I think you mentioned many times, Mr. Raab, about the policy, monetary policy. So we have a former central bank here, and there's also the Minister of Finance, please, Pak Agus. the floor is yours to explain about what's actually the connectivity and also the impact on Indonesia's economy.
Thank you. Distinguished speakers and participants, it is a great pleasure and privilege to be here at the SOE International Conference. We are facing elevated uncertainty, where uncertainty is unmeasurable and represents unknowable unknowns. We see 5 key takeaways for the road ahead. First, accelerating inflation would be accompanied by slower or even negative real GDP growth. We will see shallow but longer recession. Second, global financial condition would tighten as central banks in position to focus on fighting inflation. Third, US dollar will continue strengthening on global scale as the US Fed will move faster in hiking rate. Fourth, the fiscal stimulus will be limited. Fifth, the crisis of 2007-2009 briefly brought countries together, and China was seen an economic partner than a geopolitical threat. Now fading global cooperation will make this crisis worse than the recession of 2008, while China is now in weak position as buffer for global crisis. The challenges for emerging market. How to maintain stability in the face of volatile exchange rates and tighter global financial condition. How small open economies should respond varies by country. Countries with low external vulnerability and stronger buffer are in a better position to manage the risks and trade-offs resulting from tighter global financial conditions. The impact of US policy tightening on Indonesia have thus far been orderly. Our domestic market overall have exhibited resilience. Part of this reflect Indonesia's stronger fundamentals. First, strong current account position than in 2013. Second, high foreign exchange reserves. Third, relatively low and stable inflation. Four, lower foreign currency debt. Fifth, lower foreign holding of government bond. And sixth, well-capitalized banks and manageable risks. This year, we expect Indonesia economic growth may register around 5%, supported by contribution from domestic demand, alongside steady contribution from net exports. Higher global commodity prices have propelled Indonesia to record stellar growth in exports, having posted a record high trade surplus of $35 billion in 2021. Inflation will probably continue rising due to second round effect of fuel subsidy removal. Given aggressive rate hikes by the US Fed, the US dollar is likely to continue strengthening against many other currencies, including Indonesia rupiah. However, on the back of strong performance of export, the rupiah will relatively more stable compared to other emerging market currencies. Regarding fiscal policy, certainly the robustness of the economic recovery cannot be separated from the role of fiscal policy, which on the one hand act as shock absorber but remain prudent, which we believe lends credibility to its budget deficit target. Indeed, The energy subsidy has been raised to absorb the inflationary shock in order to safeguard recovery momentum. However, continue raising energy subsidy will jeopardize fiscal sustainability. In addition, Indonesia needs more investment in projects that enhance productivity, such as those that beef up Indonesia's lagged infrastructure. With rising urbanization level and a growing population, Indonesia will need to invest even more to keep up with this demographic shift. To do so, it needs to reduce the size of spending on subsidies to expand allocation to capital spending, which is for many years skewed toward subsidies of gasoline spending rather than investment. Therefore, we appreciate government decision to raise domestic retail fuel price early September, which could ease budget pressures, especially in 2023, as the budget is transitioning toward consolidation, back to budget deficit under 3%. Fiscal risk. First, the performance of tax revenue is mostly depend on the natural resources sector, which on the other hand also expose fiscal revenues to the volatility of commodity prices. For example, the tax ratio in Indonesia continued slowing a decline from 10.36% in 2016 to 8.33% on the back of the endured decline in commodity prices since 2011. Second, despite subsidized fuel price hikes, the government's fuel subsidy will likely be higher than expected 2022 and 2023 due to stronger Pertalite and diesel consumption on the back of normalization in domestic demand conditions and the reopening. Central bank policies. On central bank policy front, going forward will be no easy task. So far, demand-side CPI pressures are still deemed as subdued, and signs of second-round effect haven't been slightly limited. Foreign exchange stability has been anchored by trade surpluses. Despite the government's decision to raise fuel price by around 30% and accelerated US Fed fund increase, which have pushed headline inflation further above 2 to 4% target, policy rate response will likely remain measured and data dependent. But in the coming months, as the Fed, ECB, and Bank of England likely tighten into recession and further increasing pressure on emerging market currencies, so we are facing no easy policy action. In this situation, we cannot rely on only one policy instrument, such as raising interest rate. A policy mix is needed. By policy mix, we mean, first, continuing to raise interest rate, albeit at a slower pace than the Fed, while willing to tolerate some currency flexibility, but also to opportunistically intervene in foreign exchange market to smoothing volatility. If the central bank lean heavily against depreciation by drawing down their FX reserve, this strategy has limit. FX intervention only serves to slow the pace of currency depreciation, but cannot reverse the trend with fundamentals still pointing to a stronger US dollar on global scale. Second, maintaining the accommodative macroprudential policy to revive banking lending to the corporate sector. And third, controlling inflation through inflation control team in national and regional level to remove supply-side constraints, especially volatile food. In particular, Bank Indonesia would pay attention to the second round effect from fuel price hike in last September, and this will likely take some to assess, as supply-side factors still contribute significantly to rising inflation. Hence, should strengthen coordination with the government to provide some mitigating effects. Conclusion, allow me to conclude that we now live in a different and difficult world, and in today's fast-paced world, we cannot be complacent. First, policy mix. A good balance of prudent monetary policy and fiscal policy while continuous progressing structural reform altogether will bring out a policy mix that will take the country many steps forward and mitigate the global risks that becoming more uncertain. Second, in times of uncertainty, we believe it is important not to lose sight of long-term investment opportunities that can help to advance sustainable economic growth. Third, the acceleration of digitization. We believe today's inflationary environment will increase demand for key next-generation technology solutions in areas such as cloud computing and digital transformation. There might also be beneficiaries of a focus on digital sovereignty by policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Agus, for your comprehensive and insightful presentation. I think Pak Agus mentioned many things regarding to the policy coordination, monetary and fiscal coordination, and also the macroprudential measures. Well, Pak Agus already mentioned about many related government's, Bank Indonesia's policy, monetary policy, but we haven't touched detail and also about the fiscal policy and related to your experience, Pak Dede. I think you can share to us about what's the current impact, the global impact on the fiscal policy as well. And before we discuss about the fiscal policy, what's the impact of the global economic situation to Indonesia, according to you? You wrote in a Kompas article about the recession and its impact to Indonesia. You still believe that Indonesian economy will still be resilient, but needs to be, policy coordination. So please, Pak Dede, the time is yours, and also the floor is yours to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak Asmo. A very good morning to all distinguished participants, Pak Tiko and my fellow speakers, Pak Agus and Habib. I'm afraid I cannot read my own slides. I'm getting old now. So if you don't mind, perhaps I can, can I speak while I'm standing, Pak Asmo? Thank you. I'm getting old now, so I can read my slides here. What coincidence, Pak Agus, Pak Asmo remind us that we do a color coordination today. Yeah. Wearing the same color of our suits. Perhaps it reminds me with the situation when we had to manage the taper tantrum together. Yeah, back on 2013, a very similar situation like today. And this color coordination perhaps reflects the good coordination between the central bank and Ministry of Finance at that time. So let me share with you our experience at that. Yeah, if we can go to the next slide, please. Habib provided a very good background about the implication of the global economy, the situation of the global economy. So in my remarks, I would like to address three issues. The first one is, what will be the implication of this potential global recession to Indonesian economy? That's the first one. The second one is, I would like to share several factors that makes me more optimistic about the current situation compared to what we had back on 2013, but also what are the factors that make me more cautious compared to what we had back on 2013. And last part is I will speak about what will be the policy options. So I'll focus on the three issues. So if you look at on this chart, as already presented by Habib, we are seeing a sort of like a situation that the global economy will slow down. And even I read the statement made by Larry Summers yesterday, Habib. He mentioned that definitely the Fed need to continue with aggressive, interest rate hike. There is a strong possibility that maybe the Fed will continue with the 75 basis point at the next FOMC meeting and another 50 basis point. Many people speak about the possibility of the 4.5% Fed fund rate in 2023, Pa Asmo. So under this kind of situation, I won't be surprised if the US economy, there is a possibility of the US economy will enter into recession. One thing that perhaps Pa Agus knows this issue very well, that sometimes people forget is monetary policy have a lag effect. So if the Fed do not see the impact of this interest rate hike at this moment, probably the impact will happen 6 months from now. So there is a possibility of the Fed will also overkill with this. So the implication is the contractionary from the global monetary policy perhaps is much harder than what we thought. Yeah. In Germany, the problem is the supply of energy because Russia limit their gas supply to Germany. The implication is there is a possibility of the manufacturing sector in Germany will collapse. Yeah, if you look at the producer price index, it's already about 46% in Germany now. And if Germany go into recession, then the EU will also go into recession. With this kind of situation, what will be the implication for Indonesia? Because the slowdown of the global economy definitely will have an impact to the Indonesian economy through the trade channel. The second aspect, next slide please. Because if you can go, okay. If you look at this chart, I don't want to go into detail on this, but my point is with the slowdown of the global economy, the demand for energy and also the commodity will also decline. And this will have an implication for us because 60% of our export is energy and commodity related. So I can imagine with the slowdown of the commodity price, then our export will also slow down. The implication, Pa Asmo, maybe next year we won't see a strong trade surplus because the export will decline. There is a possibility that maybe we have the balance, trade balance, zero balance, or even maybe a relatively small deficit for next year. This will give a pressure on the exchange rate. The only exception is maybe for coal. Why is that? Because most of many European countries now, they cannot rely on the natural gas from Russia, so they need to switch for electricity, for the energy, source of energy, and the demand for coal. And also one of the, demand come to Indonesia. That's explained why the coal price remains stay hover at around $400 at this moment. So there is a decoupling between CPO, between oil price and the coal price. Somehow, this will give benefit for Indonesia because Indonesia is one of the largest exporter. Yeah. So with this background, then let me take you to see what will be the implication to Indonesian economy. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is basically the summary of my presentation today. So the first impact is we will see the interest rate hike in the US. We'll have the slowdown in the US economy, slowdown the global economy, will reduce the demand for energy and commodity prices, which is going to affect the Indonesian economy. That's through the trade channel. The supply shock in Germany will also have this impact on the slowdown of the global economy, reduce the energy and commodity prices except coal, and definitely will hit the Indonesian economy. So from the external side, we will see the slowdown of export is going to have an impact on the government revenue. We will have an impact on the export revenue. Yeah. What about from the domestic side? If we look at this kind of situation, Pa Agus is a former governor of central bank. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pa Agus. Bank Indonesia need to maintain not only the inflation, but also to look at what happened in the US. If the Fed fund rate, they started to raise the interest rate, somehow they need to maintain the parity. Now the parity between Fed fund rate and Bank Indonesia rate is perhaps one of the lowest in our history. So somehow, if the interest rate hike happen in the US, Bank Indonesia will need to do a tightening. Otherwise, we'll have an impact on the exchange rate. Yeah, with the pressure of the inflation at this moment, the inflation at the producer price index is about 9%, whereas in the consumer is about 5 to 6. So probably next year, some producer will pass on. So I won't be surprised if Bank Indonesia will need to tighten the monetary policy. The implication is this will hit the Indonesian economy. So under this kind of situation, logically, the source of growth may come from the MOF. Yeah, because Habib is a lead economist here. If you believe that we need to maintain the external balance and internal balance, what Indonesia needs to do is to do the fiscal expansion in order to reduce the, the problem of the slowdown of the economy. But the implication of the fiscal expansion is will increase the current account deficit. So that is why this needs to be combined with the tightening monetary policy. Unfortunately, next year, we set the budget deficit to be less than 3%. With the slowdown, declining price of the commodity price, and we set the budget deficit less than 3%, what is happening now is the contractionary fiscal. And if you look at the data, this already happened in the first quarter, second quarter, 2022 actually. Yeah, so we don't have this option. Next slide. Yeah, but I am a little bit optimistic about the current situation because with this background, it should be difficult for Indonesia. Why is that? Because if you look at our share export to GDP, it's only 25%. So the impact of this global spillover to Indonesia will be relatively limited. Yeah, if you compare to Singapore, the share of export to GDP is about 200%. So I won't be surprised if Singapore will enter into recession next year. Because once the global economy slows down, it's going to hit their export, it's going to hit their economy. But the impact to us will be relatively limited. If you ask me, is it the thing that we design? My answer is no. Because we want to be like Singapore, but because we are not competitive, we are lucky because the share of export to GDP is around 25%. But the other sides of the coin is when the global economy recover 2 years from now, then the implication, the recovery from Indonesian side will be relatively slower, yeah, compared to the global economy. But with this, somehow we are insulated from the global economy. Next slide. Yeah. If we go, okay. This is our budget baseline situation. If you look at the total tax ratio, Pa Agus mentioned about the tax ratio is only about 9%. If you want to achieve the deficit 2.6 to 2.9%, definitely the only option for the government is to cut the spending. So the implication is, I really appreciate what the government did by adjusting the fuel price. Unless the government do some adjustment in the fuel price next year, otherwise there will be a contractionary fiscal policy. The implication is, Pak Tiko, some of your project infrastructure will be in the very stretched budget because this, target of the budget deficit will be less than 3%. So there is no room for the fiscal to do an expansion. Yeah, so with this kind of situation, what will be the policy options available for us? That will be the next question. Next, please. Yeah, so the impact to Indonesia, I mentioned about the repercussion effect, the share of Indonesia to GDP. So now let me move to go to the second channel, which is financial channel. We discussed about the trade channel already. What will be the implication? There is a possibility that we are seeing about this strong dollar. As of today, just before I speak, the rupiah is already hit about 15,470, if I'm not mistaken. And if you look at the non-delivery forward, 12 months from now, is about 15,700 something. Yeah, what will be the implication of this? Because what is happening is not because the rupiah depreciates against US dollar, but because the strong US dollar. For 3 reasons. The first one is, despite the recession in the US performance is much better than Europe. Yeah, we look at what happened in UK now. Yeah, at this moment, a lot of problems of this coordination. Yeah, so we will see what happened in the UK. then definitely with the relative growth in the US is relatively strong, the implication is US dollar will be relatively strong to euro or even to the pound sterling. This is probably the first time in the history that US dollar is par to the pound sterling and also the euro. 1 US dollar, 1 pound sterling at this moment. The second one, it came to my surprise, United States is now the net exporter of commodity and also energy. So with the strong energy price and commodity price relatively compared to what we had a couple years ago, then I won't be surprised the terms of trade will also increase, which is strengthen the US dollar against the major currency. Yeah. Last but not least, the US started the interest rate hike much earlier than other countries. So there will be a capital inflow to buy the 10 years US Treasury, which is one of the best safe haven perhaps for the asset at this moment. So with this kind of situation, I won't be surprised that strong dollar will continue. So the option for Bank Indonesia, exactly like Pak Agus mentioned, perhaps we will see the depreciation of the rupiah, the combination of the policy mix. I'll discuss about it later on. But the implication is, this is important, Patiko and colleague from the state-owned enterprise, the implication of this strong dollar is there will be a balance sheet effect. Because for some companies, probably they have an exposure in the US dollar, the burden of this debt perhaps will increase. Yeah. The implication is you have to cut your allocation for investment under this kind of situation. That's the first one. The second one, if your market is domestic market, your revenue in the rupiah, but your profit repatriation in the US dollar, then there will be a contractionary due to the balance sheet effect because the currency mismatch. Yeah. And then under this kind of situation, will be very difficult for the companies to expand the balance sheet. This is the thing that I'm concerned about. So treasury management is very important under this kind of situation at the firm level. Last but not least, the impact on this financial channel is regulatory forbearance. The OJK, introduced the credit restructuring, the relaxasi, but probably they will end this relaxasi by 2023. If you look at the loan at risk at this moment, it's probably around 18%, 17%. But once they stop this the credit restructuring, the relaxation, then there is a possibility of that non-performing loan will increase. So unless the banking sector provide good enough provision, then there will be implication for injecting capital, etc. Yeah. So this is the thing that I'm concerned about, which is rather different like what we had back on 2013, Pak Agus, because we didn't have COVID before the taper tantrum. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is just want to show the reason why. Of course, no one can make a prediction about the exchange rate. If economists telling that this will be the exchange rate next year, it just shows that they have a sense of humor, because it will be wrong anyway, right? But I'm quite optimistic. Maybe the pressure will not be as bad as 2013, Pak Agus. Why? Because the share of foreign ownership in our government bonds is only 14% at this moment, compared to like what we had back on 2013 was around 33%. So I can imagine the pressure on the exchange rate will be relatively less. Yeah. Next slide. This will be my, okay. This kind of situation, just want to give a sort of like a flavor. Pak Asmo told me, and he mentioned about it earlier, actually our economy at this moment is relatively strong. Yeah, and this is somehow reinforced the argument that maybe there is a need for Bank Indonesia to raise the interest rate because the demand is there. Next slide. So what would happen if the inflations happen, then consumers will take the defensive situation. They will cut their consumption. So somehow consumption will also decline because this kind of situation. Next slide, this will be my last slide. So what will be the policy option? Pak Agus mentioned about it. The first one is on the fiscal side, because the budget is stretched, priority is very important. Yeah, so what will be the priority of the government? In my view is to protect the vulnerable groups, because the high energy prices, food prices will have an impact on the social assistance like the BLT, like the PKH, etc. will become very important. That will be the top priority. The second one is to allocate funding on the sectors that have the multiplier effect, which is promote growth. Yeah. So this will be the, the policy option available. From the Bank Indonesia side, Pak Agus already mentioned, perhaps we are seeing that the depreciation of the rupiah, Bank Indonesia somehow will intervene the spot market, not to pegging the level, but smoothing the volatility to follow the exchange rate, to allow the exchange rate to follow the market, and also maybe some macro-prudentials. And I think this combination is very important. And for the fiscal policies, I mentioned priorities are very important. Quality of spending, that will be the main priority of the government. And Pak Agus mentioned also about the tax reform, because the share of tax revenue to GDP is only 9%. So I think we can discuss about it during our Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Dede, for a very comprehensive and insightful session. You mentioned many times about monetary and fiscal policy coordination. And the last one, I think you mentioned about how the fiscal policy priority to protect the vulnerables, to create and to support the real sectors. I think we are coming back again when we prepare the policy for facing the COVID-19 in 2020, Pak Dede. Yeah. So I will return to Mr. Rapp regarding to the global economic situation. So after the pandemic, everyone's talking about how's the impact of the pandemic to the scarring effect. So the scarring effect is actually a very famous term, yeah. Now, after the pandemic, we talk about the scarring effect, and now we are facing again another global risk regarding to the lower purchasing power and so on and so forth, so inflation rate. So how do you see right now? How's the global regulators and also leaders see that the double whammy on the scarring effect in the global situation? Please, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Asmo, and thank you also, Pak Agus and Pak Dede, for two excellent presentations. I find myself agreeing with everything, and which also actually touches on the scarring question, because during the COVID crisis, we could already see major scarring through two main channels. One is, of course, the labor market, and reduced education, learning losses, extended periods of unemployment, which lead to loss of human capital, particularly among low-income households, already contributed to scarring, and that's why we started to reduce potential growth projections. The second channel through which I think will be aggravated by some of the conditions we discussed earlier today, is through the investment channel. So we expected investment already to decline and to reach multi-year lows over the coming years, and that will be further affected by the risks of recession, which both Pak Dede and Pak Agus talked about. So this combination of debt overhang, low economic prospects, reduced investment, because companies will want to deleverage at this time, not take on more debt, will lead to scarring and lower growth potential output. Now, what to do about that? I think one of the key is what Pak Agus and Pak Dede mentioned, is around the policy coordination. Of course, maintaining, as I said, because of the upside risks on the inflation, maintaining the independence of central banks, the credibility of monetary policy, all of that is critical. That's the minimum. But then the coordination between, say, monetary policy and financial sector policies are also essential, because a lot of the debt restructuring that has taken place up to now, which Pak Dede rightly mentioned, has happened on the balance sheet of the banks. And if that happens, then banks also become inward-looking. They will clam up. The credit will become a lot more pro-cyclical than it actually needs to be. So one of the solutions for this, which in fact, correct me if I'm wrong, Pak Agus, you were also involved in the early 2000s, is looking at how some of these assets can be taken off the bank balance sheets and allow breathing room, both for the banks but also for the companies. I think this is really critical. So the coordination between the financial sector and monetary policy. I also wanted to pick up on what Pak Dede mentioned about the coordination between monetary and fiscal policy, which I completely agree with, that the tightening of the monetary policy could be combined with some accommodation on the fiscal policy. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean increasing the spending envelope or going above the fiscal deficit target, but it might mean exactly what Pak Dede said, is focusing on the quality of spending and then the tax collections. The subsidy issue is one, which, as we know, has great inefficiencies in the economy, both in terms of how it impacts resource allocation in the economy, but also in terms of the lack of targeting, which ends up benefiting households that shouldn't be receiving some of these subsidies. So making these changes, which are not easy because it requires changes to the social protection system also, longer term reforms which are long in the making, but that could allow spending in pro-growth areas. On the taxation front, which Pak Dede also mentioned, it's not advocating taxation of parts of the economy that are currently suffering, but looking at what areas we could focus on in order to close the existing tax gap when the economy is growing at 5%. That might also include tax policy on, for example, expanding excises, which might reduce to conspicuous consumption or consumption around luxury items in times of difficult hardship. And the final point I would make is on coordination with trade policies as well. And this is a global effort where, not resorting to tax or rather, trade restrictions which might exacerbate inflationary pressures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Habib. So I pointed out about the policy coordination. Now back to you, Pak Agus. This is something very expensive that not many countries has it. Indonesia has it. That's actually we should cherish about and we should proud of. Yeah, Pak Agus, you have a unique experience. First of all, you are among the rare policymakers that serve as governor of central bank and also finance minister. And I remember during your tenure, you were also in the middle of European debt crisis. Maybe many of us still remember the PIGS countries, Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, and Spain debt crisis at that time. And after that, also taper tantrum, like Pak Dede mentioned many times. Now, during the pandemic, Indonesia has pursued unique strategies in which the central bank and Ministry of Finance coordinate and complement their policy charger. Even the President Jokowi mentioned about the policy coordination lately. So this is something we haven't seen before, even the case the developed country such as UK. Yeah. If we could reflect current situation with the situation during your tenure, what are differences or similarities between now and let's say 10 years ago during your tenure? And what areas you think that the policymakers should do more with this situation? Please, Pak.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you. Regarding current policies responses, we all understood that the outbreak of COVID-19 since the first half 2020 had a significant and rapid deterioration of health, social and economic condition. As we appreciate the government, the central bank and other authorities have succeeded in delivering immediate, massive and preemptive responses, including by providing massive fiscal and monetary stimulus. Importantly, all policy responses were conducted under a strong legal foundation. We call it Indonesia Law number 2/2020. By prioritizing the principles of prudence and good governance, as well as transparency and accountability. Indonesia have learned many lessons from prior crises to strengthen and building policy credibility through a solid and fluid policy coordination between fiscal, monetary, and financial sector authority which currently are framed in a financial system stability committee. In regard to coordination between fiscal and monetary policies, the most important is that the central bank and the Ministry of Finance should first align the perception of the ongoing economic cycle, followed by synchronizing all available instruments, both fiscal and monetary policies. 2013 policy response. In that context, I would like to take us to the situation in 2013 on how monetary and fiscal policies were synchronized to deal with the global pressure and the Fed tapering episode. We noticed that since early 2000 up to 2011, our macroeconomic policy has been geared towards supporting growth expansion, among others, supported by commodity boom cycle. Unfortunately, since early 2012, China and some other emerging markets start to show signs of slowdown, which inevitably has kept pressure on the commodity prices down. On the other hand, the US economy is gathering momentum, become stronger. A combination of a slowdown of China's growth and the declining trend of commodity prices continues to shrink Indonesia exports. At the same time, on the back of keep buying strategy, the domestic economy continue gain traction, growth at 6%, which brought import keep on rising. The robust of domestic growth along with China's slowdown and falling commodity prices eventually turned the current account into deficit since the last quarter 2011. Current account fourth quarter 2011 was minus 1.07%. Current account second quarter 2013 was minus 4.35%. I joined with Bank Indonesia on 24th May 2013, only 2 days after the Fed announced the plan to tapering monetary stimulus, which triggered sell-off across emerging market assets. Indonesia rupiah had come under significant pressure, fall 16.4% year-to-date 2013, as the government bond and stock funds registered net outflow of $4.1 billion during June 2013. The weakening of rupiah was also part of policy strategy to let the currency become more flexible as shock absorber to reduce escalating import growth, while foreign exchange reserve buffer had become limited. My view was clear enough. Given the US dollar strength against global currencies, from domestic perspective, the fundamental root cause of the pressure on Indonesia rupiah was the widening current account deficit. The current account deficit has been running for 7 quarters, and we have to take seriously to tackle this fundamental issue. Policy shift is needed to help foster the correction of current account deficit, put a brake to domestic demand, and gear our policy strategy to put priority on the stabilization over the growth. Bank Indonesia hiked the policy rate by a cumulative 175 basis points since May 2013, 5.75%, up to November 2013, 7.5%, decided in 5 board policy meetings, demonstrated our strong commitment to ahead the curve to regain credibility on currency. We intensified regular meeting with Finance Minister, Mr. Khatib Basri, to reach a common understanding about, first, state of the economy. Second, future risk challenges. And third, synchronized monetary and fiscal policies to prioritize maintaining stability rather than spurring growth. We call it stability over growth. We also constantly strengthening policy coordination with the government to accelerate the structural reform to promote exports and adjust some policies to curb excessive demand of import. All policies measures were delivered on August 23, 2013 through what we call 4 package policies. Encouragingly, August trade and September 2013, inflation data provided us some relief. Following a deficit of $2.3 billion in July, the trade balance turned into a surplus of $133 million in August, the first surplus in 5 months. Meanwhile, month-to-month CPI registered a deflation of 0.35% in September 2013. In following development, a gradual correction of current account deficit had been continued taking place. Upside inflationary pressure caused by fuel price hike in June 2013 continued declining. And finally, Indonesia was detached from a group of countries called Fragile 5 economies. What are the similarities and difference 2013 versus 2022? On global front, the similarities of 2013 and 2022 episode is that on both episodes, US monetary policy is moving in a tightening pace. However, in 2022, we have seen a synchronized global economic downturn, while in 2013, we saw a divergence growth between US become stronger and China weaken. On the domestic front, in 2022, domestic economy recovering at moderate pace, supported among other by large positive net exports and current account surplus, supporting the stability of currency rupiah. In 2013, the economy growing faster, around 6%, while commodity prices were in a downward correction from its super cycle, worsening the current account deficit, which add pressure on our currency in the mid of US dollar tightening cycle. What we have learned from the past for policies going forward. In 2023 and beyond, we must anticipate a return of current account pressure because of commodity prices could make a correction sometimes in the future, in line with the prospect of synchronized decelerating global economy. What we have learned from the past crisis is that for public at large and market, gaining and maintaining monetary and fiscal policy credibility, complemented with a solid coordination, is the heart of macroeconomic management. Obviously, there is no shortcut to gaining credibility, but rather must be built and nurtured over time, particularly on a solid track record in achieving policy objective by implementing a disciplined, consistent, forward-looking, and bold policy action. And we also learn from the past that Indonesia economic growth sustainability were repeatedly encountered by current account imbalance, so-called balance of payment constraint growth. Thus, having a healthy and strong balance of payment posture is very important to lower domestic external vulnerability and ensuring a sustainable economic growth. This could be achieved by fostering effective and efficient implementation of reform and policies that will improve our competitiveness. Thank you, Andri.
Thank you, Pak Agus, for a brief and also complete answer. Pak Dede, I will move to you, Pak, regarding to managing now the market and people's expectation. So as we all know, right now, everyone just talking about the recession. So recession is a economic term that's very famous right now. So how do you see this as the market not to become the self-fulfilling prophecy mode for the consumption and also investment? And when we are moving towards 2023 and 2024, for example, we are nearing to the political years. In every political years, usually the investment growth drop, and even for the GDP slightly drop. So ahead of it, what do you think about the government's policy to fiscal and also the monetary, especially when you manage the market expectation? Thank you.
Well, this is a very tough question. It's always easier to, to judge something when you are outside of the government or the central bank. You gave a comment on that, but I can imagine that the policymakers are also in a very dilemmatic, difficult situation at this moment. But let me sort of like look at about our engine of growth. Yeah, we definitely will see that there will be a contractionary from the private sector to the private investment because the rising interest rate, the balance sheet effect that I mentioned. Yeah. Second one, I don't see much room for the government on the fiscal policy because we set the budget deficit next year 3% unless we improve the quality of spending. So the only hope, Pak Asmo, is the private consumption. Yeah, if the private consumption continue and it is accounted for about more than 50% of our GDP, then we could maintain this relatively strong growth. I'm not saying that 5%, maybe less than 5%. But if you expect that the consumers will continue to maintain their consumption, the pattern of the consumers is exactly like on the slides. Once the price increase, they become defensive, they cut their consumption. If everybody talking about this possibility of the recession, they start to think that maybe they need to save and then save for the future consumption. Then what will happen is what we call the paradox of thrift. Because we cut the consumption, we save, then the economy is slowing down. I recall when I was a little kid, my mom always told me that, hemat pangkal kaya. Yeah, it's you become a sort of like, you save money, then you'll be good in the future. But to help the economy, basically spending will recover the economy. So the opposite of it, what you need to do is to encourage people to spend the money. Because with that, then economic activities, that's the fundamental of this cash transfer. You give the money to the people and they spend the money, then the economy is moving. Yeah. So that is why when I keep mentioning about this, I think it is also important somehow to maintain some optimism related to that. And to be honest, I don't see, maybe I'm wrong, at least the possibility of the recession is relatively small for Indonesia. Yeah, recessions means we experience a negative growth. I don't see possibilities for Indonesia to experience a negative growth. Maybe the economy will slow down. Even if you look at the World Economic Outlook from IMF and also World Bank, they still put Indonesia with the growth about 5%. Bank Mandiri still projecting the economic growth for next year around 5%, 4.9. Maybe in the worst case scenario, we probably grows about 4%. Under this kind of situation, I would say that, you know, it is very important we prepare for the worst, you know, but continue to be optimistic, because I don't think, or I have to say that the possibility of the recession is relatively low, and keep spending in the sense that to sort of like to support the economies. Everyone stops spending, then government do not spend, private sector do not spend, the consumer do not spend, then you will see it spiraling down of the economy. So that is why the issue of the self-fulfilling prophecy is very dangerous. That's exactly what happened during the Great Depression 1930.
Thank you, Pak Dede. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I still have many questions actually, but the committee already told me that the time's up. But I'm still curious on one question related to the banking sector actually. My last question to you all actually, how do you see this kind of situation to the next phase of risk, is to the spillover effect to the banking sector? How do you see, Pak Dede, Pak Agus, or Pak Habib Rab? Is this any kind of pressure going forward to the banking sector, to the current situation? Please, Pak.
Okay, let me start on this. First, Pak Asmo, one thing that make Indonesia survive in the last three crises, 2008, 2013, you know, during the COVID, is because the reform that has been undertaken in 1998 on the banking sector. Yeah, and that's very important. I think that's the most important reform that's been undertaken. We benchmark our banking sector to the international best practice, and this industry is become heavily regulated. Everything's benchmarked to Basel, the capital adequacy ratio, even, you know, that's the reason why even during the 2008, 2013, 2030, we didn't really see a sort of like hiccup on the banking sector, because the reform that's been undertook back on 1998 on the financial sector. So our banking sector is much more healthier than what we had back on 98. You know, if you're talking about the NPL, loan at risk, etc. The second one, I think the banking sector in Indonesia is also learned from the previous experience, that under this kind of situation, they need to provide to increase the provision, etc. My only concern is our banking sector is fragmented. You're talking about the big banks on the top, but small banks. I would imagine if the liquidity continue, Bank Indonesia continue to tightening the reserve requirement, the GWM, the implication is for the small banks, they will see a problem of the liquidity tightening, then they will start to raise the interest rate. Then there will be a price war among banks. Once the big banks stop lending, the interbank become very expensive, then it might create somehow a sort of like instability. I'm not saying the instability because the financial sector is relatively healthy, but this is the thing that we need to anticipate. And I do believe that, you know, looking at this, the big banks, you know, relatively okay, but what about the small banks? This is the thing that we probably need to look at more carefully.
Thank you, Pak Dede. Pak Agus, do you have anything?
I'm optimistic with the 2023. We have to anticipate several issues. Number one, economic growth will be lower, so let's anticipate that. The second is we have to anticipate that the commodity prices will be down, so make sure we are ready with that and continue do the structural reform. Third, look at liquidity. Make sure that you have sufficient liquidity in foreign currency and rupiah. And fourth, ready for global financial market that are not stable. So we need to anticipate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Agus. And you, Pak Habib?
Thank you very much, Pasmo. I wanted to acknowledge that, you know, as macroeconomic policy space shrinks, not just for Indonesia, but around the world, the importance of structural reforms become a lot more important. And that picks up on what Padede was saying, that after the crisis, there were a lot of structural reforms, banking sector, public finance, investment reform, etc., which led to more rapid growth in the context of shrinking macro policy space. And I wanted to acknowledge that actually Indonesia is ahead of the game on this relative to many emerging market economies with some of the reforms it has undertaken recently.
Yeah.
The investment reforms, the tax reforms, intergovernmental fiscal, there's discussion on the financial sector omnibus law. So these are all positive developments which makes us hopeful for growth next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Wahid. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for a comprehensive and insightful presentation and also response. If I may, I take some of the big notes of this distinguished gentleman. Number one is what we have today in the global economy is a rare combination of slow growth and high inflation. And it shifts attention from recovery to stability. So Indonesia is, however, have abundant opportunities. Every recession we have many opportunities actually, to be the top investment spot among emerging markets. And the second one, I think, maintain the optimism, avoid the self-fulfilling mode, and also be productive to support our longer recovery, structural reform. A good balance of credible monetary policy, like Pak Agus mentioned, and fiscal policy is the key for the foreign investors' confidence while continues progressing structural reforms. Once again, with the presentation from these three gentlemen, please give a big applause for this. Finally, we come to end of this panel. I would like to thank Mr. Agus Martowardoyo, Mr. Khatib Basri, and Mr. Habibra for a comprehensive and insightful presentation, and also all the participants, for coming and also listening. Please give up once again a round of applause for these panelists. Thank you. I end up. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Mr. Andreas Mora, Chief Economist from PT Bank Mandiri, our moderator today. And thank you for all the speakers. What a great discussion on the first panel session. Okay, you want to take a picture together? Okay. Want a selfie? Okay, okay. Let me help. Okay. It's a rare occasion, okay. Thank you once again, Mr. Andri Asmoro, our moderator for the first panel session, and all the speakers. And we also like to thank you, PT Bank Mandiri. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving on with the panel discussion 2. We have a session from PT Hotel Indonesia Natur or HIN. The topic is HIN's Cake Sanur Bali Development Discussion Session. And we would like to invite President Director of PT Hotel Indonesia Natur HIN, Mr. Iswandi Said, to come up on the stage. Please, Mr. Iswandi Said, please come up on the stage. Hello, sir. Okay, Mr. President, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Shalom. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here. First of all, I would like to introduce Hotel Indonesia Natures. As a member of SOE company in aviation and tourism, or we call it InJourney, we have in the InJourney members of them, Angkasa Pura I, Angkasa Pura II, as an airport operator, and we have ITDC, Indonesia Tourism Development Center, as destination management, and we have Taman Wisata Candi as attraction operator, and Sarina as the retail management, collaborate to enhance Indonesia tourism. Recently, along with the transformation, SIN expand the business line from the hotel management and operator, become 3 core businesses. We have a travel management that provide business trip product and services, B2G, B2G, B2B, B2C, as well as MICE and event. And we have Hotel Indonesia Group has hotel operator that operate more than 30 hotels unit in Indonesia, and we projected we'll operate 120 hotels by 2025. Our core business is Special Economic Zone, the developer of the first Indonesia Special Economic Zone in health and tourism, that initiative by the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises of Indonesia initiates to establish the first health tourism Special Economic Zone in Sanur, Bali, Indonesia, which is expected to be fully operated by 2025. In that area, we have 41.3 hectares that we will build their hospital with the international standard, and we build their convention center with the 5,000 packs, and we revitalization our hotel with the 10-story, what we call it the Grand Ina Bali Beach Tower, and we rebuild Ina Garden as a garden there, and with the total room around 900 with the 3 hotels, as well as we have another 4-star hotel, what we call it Truntum Sanur. In that area, we have the retail village and small, medium enterprises as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share you with a video presentation.
As time goes by and challenges occur, President Joko Widodo emphasized that the global health architecture is the world's concentration nowadays, including Indonesia. Engaged in Asia's contribution to driving global health tourism, the Grand Ina Bali Beach area is proposed as world-class health tourism SEZ, located in Sanur, at the best sunrise destination in the embrace of beauty and local cultural wisdom, and also the nostalgic experience of the masterpiece inherited by the father of the nation, Bung Karno. The development of the Grand Ina Bali Beach area is transforming the Sanur area by providing a new identity and program to maintain its position as world-class tourism. a blend of world-class health facilities and accommodation with the character of a beachfront resort with area of 41.3 hectares. There will be 6 international standard medical facilities equipped with a healing garden and will be developed in 3 development phases. The 5-hectare hospital was built in the first phase along with the renovation of the first major hotel in Bali, the Grand Inal Bali Beach Tower, which is equipped with the Bung Karno International Convention Center. This area also equipped with resort developments and beachfront commercial area. Welcome to the iconic gateway and easily accessible via the main road, the Ethno-Medicinal Botanical Garden, which is directly connected to the health facility, and also a therapeutic ecological garden for visitors to relax in the green area of the area. Grand Inal Bali Beach Health and Wellness Tourism is a tangible manifestation of BUMN collaboration for Indonesia. Sanur Beach has a coastline of 8 kilometers, so it's suitable for tourism and sports.
Thank you. Sanur SEZ have an integrated end-to-end healthcare facility, which is hospital have its own unique, specialized and established a world-class healthcare ecosystem. We build ecosystem in that area. All tenants in the Sanur SEZ are mutually supporting the visitor to get all their medical needs in one sitting. In there we have the healthcare, wellness, tourism, and conference. While they do activity there, patient and visitor can enjoy with the stay in the hotel, 4-star hotel and 5-star hotel, and patient, family, and visitor can access the benefit to ethno-medicinal botanic garden as well. We provide then commercial area for shopping and culinary, and visitor and family can enjoy as well in the beach fronts with the total length is 900 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 2 million Indonesia travel abroad for medical services, and more than 75% of them are middle-class tourists and above. There are 6 dedicated lots for healthcare business in the complex, where we call that Hospital 1 and Hospital 2 lots, have already leased and will operate by Mayo Clinic to develop the Class A international hospital. While the remaining 4 lots are available for healthcare investor with specialization or center of excellence as defined is below master plan. So for the lot 1, S1 and S2, they already have cardiology, oncology, neurology, gastrohepatology, orthopedic, obstetric, gynecologic that will estimate operate by Q3 2024 by IHC, Indonesia Healthcare Cooperation with the Mayo Clinic. We still have the opportunity for H3, H4, and 5, 6. The opportunity for healthcare service for the third party we provide for geriatric, aesthetic and plastic surgery, wellness, stem cell center or tissue bank, traditional medicine, and fertility center or IVF. We build a specialty or hospital like the dermatology clinic, medical spa, elderly care, and other clinic and hospital like hair treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, It's not in Sanur as easy compromises to provide attractive prospect in medical facilities. Such as Lot S3, we prepare to aesthetic, plastic surgery and wellness. The total land area we already provide with 19,000 meters square. Lot S4 for geriatric, 10,000 meters square. Lot 5 for stem cell research bank and tissue bank, stem cell research center and tissue bank, 14,000 meters square. And Lot 6, we accommodate for traditional medicine and fertility center, 12,000 meters square. So we expect there in the every lots we need a doctor and nurses as well. For the total nurse and doctor there, every single S3 until S6, they're already in the slides. And we expect in year 2035, we get that 391 patient per day for Lot 3, and Lots 4, Lot 5, and Lot 6, they have their own target for the patient per day. Ladies and gentlemen, as a benefit or privilege to become SEZ area, Special Economic Zone for Health, we have 9 benefit or privilege. The first, we can get granting medical licenses and work permit for international doctor and nurses, as well as operator of medical devices for hospital in health. Number 2, we get providing additional doctors' medical license who serve in that zone. Number 3, granting approval for foreign investment in hospitals businesses in Indonesia. Number 4 is of use of imported drugs that have obtained approval from their home country without needing to go through the BPOM approval process. Number 5, exemption of medical equipment custom to help ease the capital expenditures and increase financial feasibility for health facility. Number 6, providing regulation, relaxation of medical services, and the use of world-class medical technology. Number 7, ease of use of foreign insurance facilities and all-age guarantee, like the Social Security, for payment of hospital services in that zone. PPGS services are available to patients with the secondary payer insurance, additional insurance, or corporate dependence. And last but not least is number 9, exemption from general special hospital criteria regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attending, and see you in the business matching with him at Legion number 2 on the 13:45 local time. Thank you.
Thank you, President Director of PT Hotel Indonesia Natur for the session, Mr. Iswandi Sid. And now we will take a break for a moment, 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And after 5 minutes, we will move to the next panel discussion. Thank you.
Indonesia, a beautiful
Ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda, we will have a session from PT Jasa Marga. The topic is Jasa Marga's Trans Java Business Presentation Session. Now, please welcome Mr. Reza Febriano, Director of Business, Mr. Ade Wahyu, Director of Finance and Risk Management, Mrs. Hading Pangasuti, Corporate Finance and Investor Relations Senior Group Head of Jasa Marga. Mr. Reza, Mr. Ade, dan Mrs. Hading, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, high-rank official of the Ministry State-owned Enterprise, the all BOD and BOC state-owned enterprise, all participants of State-owned Enterprise International Conference, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Reza Febriano. I am Director of Business of Jasa Marga. It is an honor and pleasure for me to be here to present the strategic initiative of Jasa Marga. Jasa Marga is state-owned company in infrastructure, especially in developing and operating the toll road. Jasa Marga was established in the 1978 and as a public company since 2007. I will start my presentation by describing the nature of the toll road business in Indonesia and how the Indonesian government support to the business in the toll road with the policies they make. Next slide, please. As chart shown on the screen about the toll road business characteristic, toll road business in Indonesia is high investment cost. It costs about 150 until the 450 billion to develop 1 kilometer of the toll road. The business start from the construction period. It takes in about 2 until 3 years. After the construction of the toll road is done, it is ready to be operated in the first 5 until 7 years of the toll road operation. We will risk having a negative cash flow. However, after 15 until 25 years operation, we will enter the payback period, and during those period, we still have the obligation to pay the interest and the principal payment. After we have fulfilled our obligation, then we can start enjoying the mature period. Then I would like to explain about the environment in the toll road industry. Considering the importance of the toll road development in Indonesia, the Indonesian government support the business by making policies to ensure the feasibility of the toll road, such as the land acquisition. Our government takes over the responsibility to acquire of the land used to develop toll road. Therefore, we can maintain the level of the feasibility study of our project to the acceptance level. Second, another policy the government has made is offering several package scheme like viability gap funding for the project with the low IRR. By doing so, the government tries to ensure the feasibility of the projects. The third, for the long contract, the period concession in Indonesia is around 35 until 50 years. In some project with a good feasibility level, the concession can be shorter. On the other hand, project with the marginal feasibility, the concession can be longer, up to the 50 years. The fourth, our government also makes certain that the toll road tariff is adjusted every 2 years. The adjustment depends on the accumulate of the inflation region. The fifth, we also have implemented 100% cashless since the end of 2017. As a result, the collection is more efficient and the transaction is faster. Next slide. This chart shows that Jasa Marga revenue constantly increase every year. In 23 years with compound annual growth rate 12.6%, except in the year 2020, it happened due to the pandemic COVID-19 hit. And below, the traffic on Jasa Marga Toll Road General also show a positive trend. The exception happened in 2020 when the traffic significantly dropped because of the restriction from our government to limitation activity of the citizen to travel because of the pandemic. The traffic has grown in 23 years with CAGR 3.6%. The chart at the right side show the number of the car sales in Indonesia fluctuate from time to time. However, even the number of car sales drop significantly, like in the 2006, the number of traffic on our toll road only show a minor decrease. The something thing happened in 2015, the exception took place in 2020 when the global pandemic hit. So we can conclude that statistics show that Jasa Marga revenue still positive growth, even though there were economic and global issues happen, such as economic crisis, full price hike, economic slowdown, and COVID-19 pandemic. It shows that the toll road industry in Indonesia has strong and resilient performance. Next slide. This slide about the shareholder structure and toll road concession business line. As I mentioned before, Jasa Marga is the state-owned company under the Ministry of the SOE, whose main business in infrastructure, especially in developing and operating the toll road. Shareholder structure, 70% Jasa Marga share owned by the government and the rest 30% owned by the public. Jasa Marga owns 35 toll road concessions, which are operate at the parent and the subsidiary level, and under the subholding PT Jasa Marga Trans Jawa Tol, with the total length of the concession 1,809 kilometers. Next slide, please. The map on this slide show the scope of the operational of the Jasa Marga. Jasa Marga toll road are spread out in major islands in Indonesia, such as Sumatra, Kalimantan, Java, Bali, and Sulawesi. Those toll roads help connect area in those islands, and this result is growth of traffic, volume, and also the revenue. In the first semester of 2022, Jasa Marga operate 1,260 kilometers, and the accumulation of concession owned by the Jasa Marga 1,809 kilometers. This slide shows the milestone of the Jasa Marga. In 1978, Jasa Marga was established, and our first toll road is Jagorawi. In 2004, there is the transformation in our government, the change role, the Jasa Marga from the regulator to be the operator one. In 27, Jasa Marga become a public company by release 30% its share to the investor. Then in 2017, the government, the Ministry of the Public of Work and Bank Indonesia implement the cashless in all segments of the toll road. In the 2018, Jasa Marga operate 24 toll road concession with more than 1,000 kilometers in length, and we issue some alternative financing products such as mutual fund limited participation. In 2019, Jasa Marga success to double its business and operate another 4 new toll road concession. In that year, we also issue more alternative financing product such as mutual fund and the sukuk ijarah. The main highlight in the 2022, in the July 1st, Jasa Marga success to spin off the Trans Jawa from the Jasa Marga to Jasa Marga Trans Jawa Tol. Jasa Marga Trans Jawa Tol operate 13 segments of the toll road, including 4 segments, the old toll road, and the 9 segments are the new toll road. Okay, next slide. This slide shows that Jasa Marga new toll roads managed by subsidiary have given a positive impact to the company performance. The contribution from those new toll roads has increased gradually year by year since many new toll roads have been operated in the past 5 years. Jasa Marga toll road revenue in the last 5 years has grown at a compound annual growth rate of the 6.8%, even though COVID-19 hit and affected our 2020's result. It can be seen from the first half of 2021 to the first half of 2022, the company was able to increase the toll road revenue by 16.1%. This shows Jasa Marga has stable growing and increasing toll road revenue performance. In terms of the traffic volume performance year on year, it increased by 15.6%. We are optimistic that the operation of the new toll road connectivity will create and the traffic volume will grow as was we expected. Okay, next slide. Jasa Marga consolidated revenue comes from the toll road revenue and other operating revenue. In line with the increase in toll road revenue, other operating revenue over the last 5 years also recorded improved the performance. As a result, Jasa Marga has managed to maintain its revenue growth, and as the first half 2022, our total revenue was significantly increased by 17.9% year on year. As of the first half of the 2022, our EBITDA has increased by 21.3%. In conclusion, Jasa Marga ability to run its business improve. You can see that our EBITDA in the 2017 was 61.4%, whereas in 2021, Jasa Marga managed to record an EBITDA margin at the level of the 65.2%. Next slide. This slide shows that the Trans Jawa Toll Road is connected with the main business district in Java and support traffic growth. It's connected with strategic area including seaport, airport, industrial area, and tourist destination. It will encourage and boost local and the new economic growth thus supporting the trade volume and also the value. Next slide. The map shows the Trans-Jawa Toll Road in the Java Island. The total length of the Trans-Jawa of the toll road is 676 kilometers. The majority of the toll road in Java belong to Jasa Marga, and some others are by toll road company. Currently, Jasa Marga manages 4 toll road segments and has share ownership in the 9 subsidiary company. The 4 toll road segments are Jakarta Cikampek, Palimanan Kanci, Semarang ABC, and Surabaya Gempol. This slide shows all the key investment highlight of the GTT. The location is strategic and it has a favorable investment climate. It has a large market share and all the toll roads are fully opening. Finally, PT JTT has a stable dividend and strong corporate governance. Almost, as we know, almost completely of the toll road Jasa Trans-Jawa have stable growth in revenue and also the traffic, so we can confident conclude that the company is a promising and profitable investment. Lastly, next slide please. The chart here shows that we have optimistic projection for the next 5 years in the areas of the toll road revenue, net profit margin, and also the traffic will grow. Thank you. That's all of my presentation, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present of the Jasa Marga strategic initiative, especially for the Trans-Jawa Toll Road. Thank you very much. Is there any question from all the participant, please?
Thank you, Jasa Marga, Mr. Reza Febriano, Director of Business, Mr. Ade Wahyu, Director of Finance and Risk Management, Jasa Marga, and Mrs. Haning Pangastuti, Corporate Finance and Investor Relations Senior Group, Head of Jasa Marga. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a short lunch break. We have provided some food and beverage for you, located at Tanjung Benoa Hall on the first floor. Let's regroup again here at 1:30 p.m. And we will continue with our next series of panel session. Thank you very much.
mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
from passion turned into profit,
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new. Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean, environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only Earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may enter the room because we will continue our session in the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, you may enter the room because we will continue our session in the afternoon. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda, we will have a session from PT Telkom Indonesia, and the topic will be Telkom's data center business presentation session. So, for ladies and gentlemen, if you stay in the outside, please come inside because we will continue our session in the afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back on SOE International Conference. Here with me, Audrey Chandra, your host until the end of the event. Next, in this afternoon, on our agenda, we will have a session and also a discussion from PT Telkom Indonesia. The topic be Telkom's Data Center Business Presentation Session. And please welcome Mr. Jonathan Asali from Mandiri Sekuritas. Can you give applause? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for taking the time to be here with us in this exciting session. Present here with us today is Pak Budi Setiawan Wijaya. He is actually the Chief Strategic Officer from the Telkom Group, so he's actually on your right side. And in the middle, there is Pak Andrew. Pak Andrew is the Chief Executive Officer of Nusa DC. So basically, Nusa DC is the data center platform owned by the Telkom Group. Without further ado, I think I'll hand over the floor to Pak Budi to actually present regarding the data center opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, good afternoon. I think it is a very tough time actually, because we are in Bali, okay. We are in the latest session, okay. Everybody actually want to live by this.
But this is an exciting
this venue,
session, yes.
Go to beach and other. So hopefully we can doing very fast, Pak Andrew. Okay, so first of all, thank you for this opportunity. So we see the digitalization in Indonesia is very massive today. It is very clearly we can see from the traffic that's holding by Telkom. It is during the pandemic, the traffic is increased almost 2 times. So this is the signal of the massive digitalization across Indonesia, not only on the main city but also on the third and fourth tier city. So in the other hand, the infrastructure of digital also still challenging in Indonesia. One thing that's infrastructure that we have to prepare is data center and cloud, because it is not efficient again today if we keep server by ourselves in our office. First, because the total transaction is keep increasing. Also, the total digital activity keep increasing. So, if we want to keep server in our office, it will be costly later on. Okay, and then next. So I will, and then if we look to the statistic of the data center growth, actually, we have statistic here. Indonesia growth is 17%, but I got another number is 28% actually. So it is very valid that data center demand in Indonesia is quite increasing and will be very dominant in the regional market. That's why as incumbent Telkom, we already have 5 bad move strategic. One of the bold move actually is data center. Today we have Pak Andrew, CEO of Nusa DC, who will explain how we can compete and winning the competition, because as we already know that so many players come to Indonesia today. So how we manage this competition and keep our competitive advantage as a key success factor for Telkom data center. But for sure, in terms of the Telkom strategy, data center will become a priority for us, because hopefully we can get the new driver for the growth Telkom in the future. So I think this my brief intro from Telkomsat. Later on, Pak Andrew, silakan.
Thank you, Pak Budi. I think we really need to understand why the data center is moving to this part of the world. It's because of three main reasons. The first is, naturally, all the applications basically looking for the shorter latencies. And it's moving to the edge. That's number one. Number two, looking at how countries implement the localization of data, so data sovereignty law. And third, for Indonesians specifically, is about the energy. It's about how utilities is pricing compared to other countries. So that's the main drivers. And if you look at the CAGR that Indonesian has, probably one of the largest now in Southeast Asia, and a lot of company and also players is also jump in and try to get a piece of it. Next. So Telkom as a part of the SOE, who has a complete ecosystem, is start to splitting between the digital platform, digital connectivity, and also digital services. And data centers is basically one of the initiatives that Telkom doing in what we call the 5-volt move. Next. So, okay, this is basically what we see as a Indonesian context from the market. If you see on your right side, so Indonesia is still, Jakarta especially, is still a very high growth market. You compare to other countries, and also one of them is also Batam on the left side. And if you want to map the rest of cities in Indonesia, they're probably on the center of a bit on your right side. And if we map Indonesian demand, the total demand of Indonesia until 2031 is basically around 1.8 gigawatts. And if you see the supply that we predict until 2030 is not even reach 1 gigawatt. So there's still a big pie for data center company to actually try to compete and take some of the pies. This is some of the landscape that we map. The way we do data centers on the right side, and what we map also, a lot of our players is basically jumping, and they are now, most of them is still in a building stage. We expect that the capacity will come in 2 years' time, and in operation states is some of them, especially the local players, and some of cloud service providers as well. For cloud service providers, sometimes we think that they are not the competitors in a commercial data center space. But what cloud providers is doing, because it's giant OTTs, they basically start to acquiring all the startups. They're basically taking away the market from us. Next. So what we wanted to do is basically we wanted to have an end-to-end DC ecosystem. Again, we are not only doing a DC, but we are doing ecosystem. What is the ecosystem? Basically leveraging what Telkom has for all along, all the connectivity, not only connectivity, also go to market. And if you look at the right side, we try to channel all the content and workloads all the way to the IoT. So if we map the digitalizations of Indonesia for now, we are looking at what we call content. The one who's looking for content, the one who's looking for network, the one who's looking for platform, and the biggest one is basically looking for the eyeball. So eyeball, we have a Telkomsel and also access to digital economies. So it's vice versa. Is content is looking for network and eyeball. Eyeball is also looking for the content. How we map everything and then put into one ecosystem that everyone is basically can play in one platform. So this is just an optics of Telkom data center footprint. Now Nusa DC is a platform of Telkom who consolidate all data centers globally and also domestically for Telkom, that we will try to bring up the standards into same standards, and also try to manage in a way that for volume based, and as well as one single gate for our customers to come into our data centers. Okay, this is the unlock roadmap. So the company started last year, 27th of December, to 1. And up to now, we have consolidated our enterprise data centers, what we call a 3S from Telkom Sigma. So coming in is international data centers. Hopefully by Q1, we can consolidate the rest of international data centers. And later on, we manage all the edge data centers that basically managed by Telkom now. And hopefully by end of or beginning of 2024, we start seeding for the regional expansion. And this is the capabilities and capacity for the expansion. So we are looking until 2030, 400 megawatts. We split into core DC. Core DC is basically just the hyperscales plus our enterprise DCs. The SDCs, the one that where all the POPs, all the connectivity in the data center market, normally we call it as a carrier hotel. And micro DCs. Micro DCs is interesting because let's say if we take 10% of our cell towers, it will be probably 10,000. If just we put 5 to 10 kilowatts, every tower is quite sizable of megawatts that we need to manage. And the workloads or the application for this is basically, at the end of the day, it's a privatizing of 5G networks that we are looking in. And if you look at the ramp up, so the ramp up is going to hit the peak after probably 9 to 10 years from now. Okay, this is basically the highlights for our investors. That first, it's an untapped market. The pie is still big for us to jump. And you definitely need partners that have a sizable assets, strong muscle, and also coverage and supported by the ecosystem. And I believe this is effective collaboration that we can do with our partners, how to tap the market, not only domestically, but also try to leverage to create a regional, even global platform for us to moving forward. And of course, last but not least, definitely, we are being supported strongly by our own government. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Budi and Pak Andrew, for the wonderful presentation. I think in terms of this presentation, Pak Budi and Pak Andrew has already mentioned that this is one of the key assets that's going to grow by a lot, from I think around 40 megawatts to 400 megawatts. And I think we would like to understand as well, if I may, Pak Budi and Pak Andrew, how can you try to achieve that 400 megawatts in 2030, and understanding that many of the competitors are going in as well. So how do you manage this building up, ramping up the capacity versus the demand, and later on perhaps about the economics and about the pricing as well?
Okay, Jonathan. Later on, Pa Andrew can give more explanation. So basically, like what Pa Andrew mentioned, if we talk about the 400, actually is based on the demand actually. So we look the demand actually is quite massive in Indonesia. We can see clearly today all of our data center is already full. Okay. So the challenge today is how we can ramp up in the full speed. So the challenge is more that, more on that. The other side also to strengthening the demand, we have some partnership also like with hyperscaler, who already have who make a commitment with us to put their platform in our data center. That's why our data center will be also become part of their ecosystem. It is also in terms of the demand side. And the other side also, we see from our regional data center, we call Nucentric. We already have 21 Nucentric. It's already full also. So that's why we should come up with the solution how to fulfill this demand very fast. So it is from the demand side. how to fulfill, I think Pak Indru, you can explain more.
Yeah, the game of megawatts is basically something that you need to build first, because without the future plan or future capacity, players like OTT on hyperscalers will not look into you. They will need someone who has a ramp up or a runway for them to grow the capacity. So this is one thing that for sure Telkom is looking into. And from our learning, is basically the flipping point. When you have 2 or 3 hyperscalers coming in, then that's it. You'll be very busy just to fulfill the capacity that is required by them.
Okay, okay. Thank you. It is interesting. And going forward, I think one of the key growth initiative is actually to go into a regional market as well. Perhaps you can elaborate more regarding your regional expansion. Understand that Telkom Group already has presence in Singapore and also in Indonesia and also in Hong Kong and Timor-Leste as well. So going forward, which of the market do you see fits for Telkom Group to go into, especially the data center market?
So from the demand side, actually the biggest demand outside Indonesia in the region is mostly on Singapore. So it is the second biggest market. And we understand that there is a moratorium in Singapore for data center. Even there is also CFE for another 60 megawatt. But seems it will be finished, sold out less than 1 year, I think, if we see from the growth. That's why from the regional, we already have a very good footprint in Singapore, that we will leverage for Batam data center. So we are in the progress, discussed with Singtel, how to build a new data center in Batam to fulfill demand in Singapore from both Telkom data center Singapore and also Singtel data center. So it is like overflow lah, something. So it is first step for the regional expansion. Pak Indru, maybe you can explain about the Singapore market condition.
If you look at the way the Singapore start to try to hold data center expansions, is basically they want to create another localizations in 2 countries, so Malaysia and Indonesia. So Batam is definitely part of it. Our plan is to provide 75 megawatts. We are basically working with, as Pak Budi mentioned, Singtel, on looking at the spillover. But Batam itself, it has 2 sides of coins. The first one is perceived as a DR, disaster recovery for Indonesia, because just next to Singapore, and it's going to fulfill the needs for the local demand or local market. And secondly, all the spillover from Singapore has to be balanced. So it is probably going towards Johor Bahru and also Batam. We just need to be ready to tap that opportunities coming from Singapore side.
Okay. Okay.
In additional, John, for the Batam data center, we put green scenario data center actually.
Yeah.
That's why we have agreement with Medco to support in terms of the power supply with the green energy.
Okay, yeah, that's really exciting. I guess at the end of the day, data center needs to be green as well, right, Pak? Yeah, okay. And perhaps a last question from me before I think we can actually open the question to the floor. So if I may, just to get a sense on this strategic initiative by monetizing or ramping up the data center into one platform, can you give a sense on how big is this impact on monetizing data center to the Telkom Group?
So for Telkom Group, actually there is 2 objectives here for this data center. First, it is become a part of our future revenue stream. Okay. The second is we see it is a part strategy for us to increase our enterprise value by unlock later on, because the EBITDA multiple data center actually is more higher than telco. So that's why our strategy today by consolidated into neutral DC, and then later on it will be unlocked. Hopefully with this two secondary objective, we can increase in terms of the telecom growth in terms of the business and also the valuation.
Yeah.
So it is the two objectives.
Okay, thanks, Pak. I think it's going to be an exciting journey for Telkom Group going forward with this 5 Volts initiative, and especially the data center business as well. So perhaps we can actually open the Q&A session. I think perhaps from the audience, do you have any questions that you would like to ask to Pak Budi or Pak Andrew? Come on, don't be shy.
Yeah, like I said before, it is the very tough moment.
This is after
everybody
lunchtime.
already thinking about Canggu. So I think it's the final statement actually for Am actually. We are realized that Telkom is start from telco company. Of course, we have asset that can be leveraged for our data center competitiveness. We already have eyeball, more than 200 million eyeball across the Telkom Group, and then already we cover 97% of Indonesia people with our network. And then also actually we have the legacy data center business.
Yes.
And the 40 megawatt that's already full. And then in the enterprise market, we also have 1,000 account manager who easily engage with the enterprise customer.
Yeah.
Okay, so but one thing that we still need is a partner actually.
Yeah.
Partner who can increase our competencies to manage data center, to become a world-class operator.
Yeah.
It is a strategic partner. And second, a partner who can bring a customer or tenant to our data center.
Yeah.
Okay. It is very important since we have a business plan to ramp up until 400 megawatt. Okay. It is very important to ensure that our investment will give a best return to Telkom. And the third, of course, we need capital also.
Yeah.
That's why we looking this kind of 3 type of the partner candidate for our data center.
Yeah.
I think that's all for me, Pak Indru. Ada ini?
To add a little bit on that, because we are going to play volume, so for partners that basically also not only the PE but also have ability on the data centers itself or investing in other data centers, is basically a sizable volume that can bring the cost down and can leverage, especially at this point of time, we can see that the cost per megawatt is like surging up. It's because of demand and supply. And the other part of because of the war is the supply chains was disturbed. So this is the thing, 2 things that definitely will the size of volume that we can help the partners as well.
Okay. And perhaps I do have one last question, but since you mentioned regarding finding the strategic partner, right? Do you see, perhaps from Pak Andrew's side, do you see what's the benefit for Telkom data center being the subsidiary of one of the largest telco company in Indonesia, Telkom Group, a state-owned telco company. Do you think what's the investor view regarding that? And could you elaborate a little bit?
Pak Budi has mentioned. I think I need to just try to put it in one or two words. Is access to digital economy.
I see.
Now Indonesia, because it's not only the networks, it's not only the ecosystem that Telkom has, but also the ability to reach from one part to another across the nation. That is, I think, one of Telkom value propositions that probably no one else can match.
Yeah.
And I think secondly, again, size matters. And with size, definitely there will be fruitful for our partners to leverage our side.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Budi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Perhaps from my side, I think just to wrap things up, I think this is actually an interesting journey for Telkom Group. Definitely having this platform of the data center, we have seen the growth, we have seen the demand side. I think this is going to be interesting in the future. And then going forward, just like Pak Budi and Pak Andrew mentioned, going forward, in order to achieve this, I think Telkom will also need a strategic partner with three main criteria. The first one is the expertise. The second one is capital and also access to the market. So I guess that pretty much concludes our discussion today. And perhaps later on, if let's say you know someone who's actually interested to actually know more about data center, I think Pak Budi and Pak Andrew here is available, can exchange names, or let's say you know any of the investor who is willing to invest, kindly discuss this with us. I think we are pretty much open for any kind of opportunity. I guess that pretty much concludes our discussion today. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan Asali and all the speakers for a session from PT Telkom Indonesia, Telkom's data center business presentation session. You may be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, we have take a break for a moment, a short break, only 5 minutes. Maybe if you want to go to the restroom, please. But after 5 minutes, you can enter the room because next agenda, we will have a session from PT Angkasa Pura. The topic will be Angkasa Pura 1 Airports Partnership Business Presentation Session. See you in 5 minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who still in the outside, you can please come and enter the room because we will continue our agenda or our session in the afternoon. Thank you. Okay, and for the next agenda, we will have a session from PT Angkasa Pura I. The topic be Angkasa Pura I Airports Partnership Business Presentation Session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue for the next session from PT Angkasa Pura I. The topic be Angkasa Pura I Airports Partnership Business Presentation Session. So for ladies and gentlemen who still in the outside, please come and enter the room because we will start the next session from PT Angkasa Pura I. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a session from PT Angkasa Pura I. The topic be Angkasa Pura I Airports Partnership Business Presentation Session. And Miss Cindy will bring the presentation for this afternoon from Angkasa Pura I. Please welcome Miss Cindy. Miss Cindy, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Today we will present about PT Angkasa Pura I. Pak Dendi, please come to the venue. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome our distinguished speaker, Pak Dendi, as Business Development Director of PT Angkasa Pura I. We will present about the company and the transformation strategy going forward. Please, Pak Dendi.
Saya mending berdiri aja. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How many of you were non-Indonesian speaker? All Indonesian? Pak Satya tahu Pak Satya? It's okay. Bro Steph. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Terima kasih sudah hadir di sesi presentasi AP1 ini. Terima kasih juga sudah menyumbangkan passenger service charge buat Angkasa Pura I dengan datang ke airport kami. Ya, baik, untuk mempersingkat waktu, saya akan mempresentasikan mengenai apa yang Angkasa Pura I akan lakukan ke depan, ya, berhubungan dengan restrukturisasi kita untuk kita bisa mencapai yang namanya Beyond Airport Operators. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini di sini cuma ada 2 sebenarnya. Saya akan mencoba menjelaskan tentang corporate transformation plan kita dan juga investment opportunity yang ada. Kita lihat satu-satu sekarang. Apa sih? Ini adalah briefing dari Presiden sebenarnya. Kalau Bapak Ibu sekalian lihat ya, ini adalah kan ada 8 airport yang akan menjadi super hub dan juga hub. Ini ada dari 8 yang sudah diterapkan oleh Presiden, ada 6 di AP1. Ya, YIA, Yogyakarta International Airport, Surabaya, Lombok, Ujung Pandang, Balikpapan, dan Manado. Jadi kalau dilihat dari konstelasi airport yang ada sekitar 34 airport di Indonesia, 15 plus 1 Batam itu 16 ada di AP1. Jadi dengan konstelasi seperti ini memang kami akan bisa mewujudkan apa yang sudah Bapak Presiden sampaikan untuk menjadi katalis dari connectivity di Indonesia. Nah, untuk berikutnya ini yang tadi saya sampaikan di depan, bahwa kita sedang melakukan transformation plan, bahwa kita sedang melakukan restrukturisasi. Ya, jadi kalau Bapak Ibu sekalian lihat, ini core yang sedang kita lakukan ya, dari kita melakukan business turnaround, organization culture, financial restructuring, sama digitalisasi. Ini adalah 4 pilar yang sedang kami kerjakan, tapi fokusnya memang akan ada banyak di financial restructuring. Nah, inilah basisnya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kami sedang mengusahakan untuk ya istilahnya bukan membuang sih ya, tapi di leverage ini nih, liability. Kita adalah perusahaan dengan aset 43 triliun, tapi punya liability 33 triliun. Target kami adalah di sini, di leveraging 10,5 untuk mencapai liability menjadi tinggal 22,5 dan nanti bisa mencapai equity dari 10 triliun menjadi 20 triliun. Itulah target utama terbesar kami. Ya, kami di sini bekerja sama dengan banyak pihak seperti umpama Pak Stefanus dari INA, ya, dengan financial institution, dengan beberapa infrastructure. Kami sudah baru juga melakukan one-on-one business matching. Banyak yang tertarik memang untuk jangka panjang investment di infrastructure, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ya, inilah keunggulan dari bisnis kami, karena ya tadi ya, dengan aset sebesar ini kalau kita nggak restruct dengan benar, nggak akan dengan mudah. Tapi kalau dilihat memang secara industry average gitu ya, kami mencoba target performance supaya tidak jauh dan bahkan beberapa kita coba untuk bisa melebihi dari industry average. Itu kira-kira untuk financial snapshot. Nah, untuk investmentnya, karena mungkin di sini ada banyak dari yang investors yang datang ya. Ini ada beberapa opportunity yang sudah kami bundling sedemikian rupa supaya bisa mencapai target dari financial restructuring tadi. Ini alasan dulu nih Bapak Ibu sekalian, kenapa sih dengan AP1 ya. 1, kita ini adalah one of the largest. Ya memang cuma 2 ya Pak ya. So boleh dong kalau kita bilang one of the largest kan. Sah-sah aja. Tapi tadi kalau misalnya dilihat dengan 34 airport dengan AP2, berarti kami berdua ini menguasai 80% dari traffic yang ada di Indonesia. Ya. Untuk perbandingan Indonesia itu ada sekitaran 320 airport. Tadi 34 yang ada di AP1 AP2, tapi menguasai 80% dari total traffic. Ya, sisa 20% tadi yang di sisa 320 tadi ya. Sekitaran 280 itu oleh Kementerian Perhubungan, sisanya military enclave. Jadi terbesar traffic ada di AP1 AP2. Kedua juga nanti saya akan terangkan sedikit mengenai diversified airport, karena memang kita akan membuat airport kita ini menjadi satu ada temanya masing-masing, nggak cuma satu airport. Kita sedang melakukan yang namanya leverage untuk dari corporate financing menjadi sekarang airport based restructuring framework. Jadi each and every airport ataupun dari regionalisasinya lah yang kita lihat sebagai tema masing-masing. Nanti saya jelaskan lebih detail. Untuk market landscape tadi tetap ya, karena CAGR air traffic ini ada diprediksi untuk mencapai 17% sampai nanti di forecast di 2031. Terus again, government support, karena memang tadi ada 6 dari airport yang menjadi super hub ada di AP1. Terus financial performance, kita adalah sudah berturut-turut AAA, memang terbatuk gitu cuman gara-gara kemarin di pandemi. Tapi as a AAA company dulu untuk corporate financing itu terbaik. Tapi sekarang kami memang harus merubah untuk menjadi yang namanya airport based restructuring. Kita lihat satu persatu di bedah. Dan terakhir adalah management team, ini one of the strongest, seperti contoh Pak Dirut kami, Pak Faik Fahmi, beliau dulu udah pernah di Garuda, beliau udah pernah di AP2, pernah ke SDP juga, dan sekarang di AP1. Jadi kalau dibilang dia tinggal ini aja, darat, laut, udara, daratnya aja yang belum dia, ya, tapi itu kepolisian sebenarnya. Nah, dengan 6 alasan ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, this is the reason why AP1 should be one of the choice for investors and partners to invest. Ya. Dan inilah yang kalau dibilang tadi untuk kita divert merubah sekarang menjadi airport based restructuring. Jadi kita lihat sekarang kita bagi. Kalau kita archetype paling tinggi yang A ini adalah yang memang harus sudah siap dimonetisasi untuk sekuritisasi Denpasar, Surabaya, Ujung Pandang. Lalu ada lagi archetype B yang memang sebagai next-nya, future-nya. Ya, contoh kayak Jogja International Airport, begitu nanti ini akan menjadi transit international hub dan juga air to land distribution cargo base, ini menjadi powerful option. Dan Balikpapan ya kita seperti kita semua tahu ini akan menjadi nanti gerbangnya untuk IKN kita. Ya, kalau di bawah ini adalah beberapa yang memang growth airport, beberapa asetnya harus masih diutilisasi, tapi memiliki keunikan tersendiri Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ada contoh satu investor datang ke kami, dia cuma mau Kupang, Biak, Ambon. Kita tanya kenapa spesifik? Ternyata di triangle Kupang, Biak, Ambon inilah salah satu marine produk terbesar itu ada di sana. Dan mereka melihat potensi itu, makanya mereka mau investnya di Airport 3 tadi. Buat kita nggak pernah ada di dalam konstelasi investment kita, tapi ternyata tadi untuk orang yang memang bermain atau institusi yang bermainnya di marine product, Kupang, Biak, Ambon lah mereka cari, bukan airport besar seperti Denpasar, ya, seperti itu. Jadi ini kita bagi berdasarkan tadi airport ini sudah siap dimonetisasi, dia sudah untuk gampang mendapatkan strategic partner, dan nanti improve performance dari masing-masing airport ini akan lebih mudah. Jadi enggak satu korporasi lagi, tapi berdasarkan airport dan juga tematiknya. Itulah strategi ke depan di dalam kita klasterisasi. Nah, ini adalah preliminary-nya Bapak-Ibu sekalian untuk struktur nantinya, ya. Bahwa kita bagi dalam 4 region. Region 1 ini kita bilang International Tourism Super Hub, di situ ada Denpasar, Lombok, Kupang. Seperti kita tahu Lombok karena adanya MotoGP, USBK. Nah, ini sekarang menjadi destinasi baru dan masih di dalam tatanan kita. Jadi ini kita kategorikan di regional 1. Ada lagi region 2, ini International Transit dan Industrial Hub. Ya tadi saya bilang YIA ini Jogja Adi Sucipto ya. Yang YIA inilah yang akan menjadi tadi rute untuk trading, untuk International Transit Hub, berikut dengan Solo dan Semarang. Kenapa ini kita bundling? Supaya mencegah yang namanya, kalau investor suka nanya ada leak nggak nih? Nah sekarang dengan adanya penggabungan ini akan menjadi satu klasterisasi yang akan saling mendukung sekarang. Nah yang ketiga inilah kita bilang tadi New Capital Gateway, ya of course Balikpapan Banjar kami jadikan satu. Dan keempat ini adalah untuk Eastern Gateway dan Eastern Asia Export di Punggawangi lah ini oleh Ujung Pandang dan Manado. Jadi 4 klasterisasi inilah Bapak Ibu sekalian yang akan menjadi tadi kemudahan buat kita untuk membuat strategic decision making, apakah siapa yang harus invest, pengembangan seperti apa akan lebih mudah dengan klasterisasi seperti ini. Lalu kedua positioning tadi ya, kan lihat masing-masing jadi beda nih. Kalau misalnya ada orang tertarik buat marine product ekspor ya udah investmentnya di region 4 seperti itu. Terus juga untuk nanti organisasi lebih stream, nggak terlalu besar gemuk lagi, mudah dikonsolidasikan dan nanti gampang untuk menerapkan sistem karena sistem bisa masing-masing regional ini tadi. Nah next Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini adalah tadi fokus ya. Kalau tadi klasterisasinya, sekarang untuk tadi deleveraging, ini yang penting nih, yang hijau ini, deleveraging initiative. Ini untuk tadi kita mendapatkan strategic partners, mendapatkan spesifik memang Labuan Bajo nanti saya discuss dan untuk sekuritisasi. Balik lagi Bapak Ibu sekalian ya, kami punya target deleveraging itu sekarang 10,5 T, angkanya nggak main-main nih. Ya, tapi kita percaya dengan future-nya tadi, forecast yang kita punya sampai 2031 is still robust for aviation and airport business. Nah, dengan di leverage tadi, inilah yang nanti akan menjadi strategi kita. Ya, kalau kita ada 2, strategic partnership dan untuk sekuritisasi. Strategic partners inilah yang kita punya sekarang. Kalau misal lihat, kami sudah terapkan. Jadi sekarang dengan EPM 81, BUBU itu Badan Usaha Bandar Udara license. Ini bisa turun sekarang ke SPV. Jadi kan kebanyakan dulu investor concern. Aduh, kalau kita mau masuk, kita nggak majority. Terus masuk kita gimana? BUBU tetap dipegang siapa? Nah sekarang BUBU itu bisa diturunkan ke SPV-nya. Jadi siapapun yang mau invest itu bisa masuk dalam satu SPV baru dan itulah akan di set up untuk operasional. Memang pertanyaannya sekarang suka banyak ini, kenapa sih kok harus AP1 yang majority?
Nah mungkin karena apa? Pertanyaannya kebanyakan memang bukan dari airport operators. Kalau airport operators akan tahu nih, akan lihat bahwa nggak mudah buat operating airport di dalam yang keadaan highly regulated semacam kita. Berarti akan harus deal dengan tadi Kementerian Perhubungan, harus deal dengan airport navigation umpama Airnav, harus deal juga dengan angkatan yang ada di sekitar. Nah inilah yang kebanyakan dan ini sudah terbukti. Di dalam konsorsium kami, di dalam pada waktu kami memenangkan Batam, airport ke-16 kami itu 51% AP1, 30% Incheon, dan 19% Wika. Incheon realize buat mereka adalah yang penting saya create airport dengan struktur yang efisien dan airport yang punya traffic yang tinggi. Jadi mereka hanya ambil 2 boardnya, itu untuk CMO dan juga satu lagi adalah direktur teknik untuk pengembangan airportnya. Ya, jadi bukan di operation masih di ranah AP1 malah. Karena banyak realize tadi tidak mudah. Jadi dengan struktur seperti ini diharapkan partner itu malah lebih mudah buat eksekusi. Dan ini memang ada spesifik. Kami sudah diberikan tugas untuk mengelola nanti Labuan Bajo. Dan ini akan kami buka juga untuk tadi yang mau masuk dengan struktur yang hampir sama dengan yang sedang kami lakukan di tempat lain. Ya, yang terakhir adalah kedua securitization. Ya, ini di mana dari ada bisnis kita ini akan disekuritisasi, jadi ibaratnya dihijaukan lah ya. Supaya ini pendapatan 5 tahun ke depan, exit strategi sudah jelas, kami akan ambil kembali begitu keadaan sudah selesai. Jadi 2 tipe ini sedang kami explore Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk investasi yang ada di AP1. Nah ini adalah detailnya, apa aja sih yang ada. Kalau tadi saya bilang ini region 1, berarti kan ada di tadi Denpasar, Lombok, dan Kupang. Ini adalah snapshot. Ini 2019 bisnis yang punya EBITDA margin 62%. Nggak banyak ya Bapak Ibu sekalian ya, bisnis yang punya 62% ya. Tapi memang apa? Karena kita punya ini Denpasar. Maka ini mungkin akan later stage ya, terakhir. Karena akan menjadi satu senjata andalan kita lah gitu. Dengan annual revenue sekitar 2,8 triliun. Nah ini untuk ke region 2. Jadi region 2 itu adalah Jogja, yang besar aja ya, Solo dan Semarang. Tapi kemungkinan akan dibundling juga nanti dengan Surabaya. Walaupun aset bukan di kita, tapi akan diambil di segi bisnisnya. Ya, jadi kalau kita lihat kombinasi 5 ini adalah dengan EBITDA margin 45%, ya total aset 18T, dan dengan annual revenue 1,4T, 1,5T lah. Jadi as you can see, ini 2 terbesar yang saya sampaikan di depan tadi. Ya. Nextnya kita untuk yang ketiga, itu adalah Balikpapan Banjarmasin. Secara EBITDA memang dia di bawah yang tadi jauh Pak, tapi tetap double digit dengan aset 4,5 T dan juga annual revenue 400 sekitar setengah T. Nah tapi again ini adalah gerbang kita nanti. So secara future inilah yang menjadi andalan untuk pengembangan airport kelima terbesar nanti di AP1 untuk Balikpapan. Ya. Nextnya region 4 itu adalah tadi di nomor 1-nya ada di Makassar. Ya. Dengan adanya Makassar menarik ini semua sehingga ini adalah bisnis region dengan EBITDA margin 24%. Ya, dan dengan pendapatan sekitar 600 M pada tahun. Semua basisnya 2019 rata-rata ya. Ini adalah total aset yang sekarang terakhir. Nah kalau ini memang unik lihat ini Pak, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ini kenapa sih besarnya tadi nih? Ini adalah tadi hub transshipment, fishery, tourism, ya sama juga udah highest e-commerce growth. Jadi punya hal yang berbeda di dalam konstelasi 5 airport yang ada di ujung dari Indonesia ini. Terakhir ini Bajo, spesifik memang Bajo kami sampaikan karena ini lagi hot topic, banyak ditanya orang juga. Tapi memang yang kami akan cari adalah either airport operators ataupun bisa juga tourist operator. Jadi kalau mungkin nanti ada Bapak Ibu sekalian dari financial institution, ada yang punya typical klien yang memang bergerak di bidang ini, please let me know. Ya, we can talk on the Bajo spesifik. Karena Bajo ini nanti strateginya dia akan dibundling dengan traffic dari Denpasar. Ya, jadi akan powerful dalam creating second destination orang yang ke Bali ya ke mana ke Bajo. Sudah terbukti sekarang. Bajo ini terbanyak adalah turis dari OSI sebenarnya. Ya karena mereka lanjutan tadi dari Denpasar ke Bajo. Nah, ini saya bilang nanti ya, ini terakhir, nggak sekarang. Tapi kalau kita yang terbesar ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Tapi inilah sekuritisasi. Kalau yang tadi strategic partnership, ini adalah khusus sekuritisasi untuk Denpasar. Ya, but at the later stage. Nah ini ada juga untuk kargo dan logistik Bapak Ibu sekalian. Tadi yang saya bilang tentang YIA. YIA ini nanti akan menjadi International Transit Hub. Karena kan kita punya Batam nih sekarang. Batam akan menjadi hub dari Incheon, Incheon Batam, Batam ke YIA. Dari YIA baru disebar ke kiri ataupun ke kanan, Surabaya ataupun ke Jakarta. Jadi dia menjadi tengah-tengah. That's the base why YIA itu akan menjadi salah satu, untuk cargo village-nya menjadi salah satu andalan kita nantinya. Batam, as you know, the biggest free trade zone yang kita punya. Terus Manado untuk fishery dan juga untuk tourism. Jadi ini untuk kargo dan logistik spesifik, Bapak sekalian kalau ada lagi, your partners, your network yang punya bisnis di fulfillment center, di e-commerce. Nah ini adalah salah satu market yang bisa untuk investasi. Tadi kita bertemu dengan beberapa investor di China, tertariknya mereka malah memang dengan ini, fulfillment center. Karena ini untuk mereka untuk bisa menjadi basis dari e-commerce bisnisnya. Lalu spesifik kita juga punya what we call land asset, Bapak-Ibu sekalian ya. Ini ada 80 hektar di YIA untuk mendukung airport. Nah di sini ada Klan B, ini banyak nggak tahu nih. Sebenarnya kalau ada yang pakai private jet nggak di sini? Kami punya itu namanya General Aviation Terminal di sini. Nah itu di GAT yang khusus buat private jet itu sebelah kirinya itu ada tanah 30 hektar. Inilah yang kita bilang Klan B dan ini akan menjadi nanti pusat dari mixed use development. Ya kita coba mendapatkan satu factory outlet ya, premium factory outlet mudah-mudahan ini jadi dari Jepang. Nah dia akan menjadi yang pertama nanti ada di sini. Ya, so orang mendarat langsung bisa ke sini. Sela Parang juga ada, bekas Lombok Lama, sama untuk di Makassar Airport ada 27 hektar. Jadi inilah Bapak Ibu sekalian konstelasi dari beberapa investment menu ya dari AP1 dan ini mungkin nanti bisa dapatkan kalau mau tembak dokumennya ya, langsung QR code. Silakan lihat, langsung bisa download. Nah if you need anything, please contact me and my team. Nanti kita bisa either apakah one-on-one di sesi ini, karena kita juga masih punya ada 4 schedule untuk one-on-one hari ini. Tapi kalau enggak kita bisa set on a later stage, untuk diskusi mengenai tadi menu-menu option yang ada dari kami. Demikian Bapak Ibu sekalian, ya terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Selamat malam.
Iya, mungkin tadi terima kasih banyak Pak untuk presentasinya. Sebenarnya mungkin kita bisa lebih ada beberapa diskusi ya. Jadi mungkin tadi very interesting ada beberapa region. Mungkin yang menjadi pertanyaan adalah dari region-region tersebut kira-kira yang mana yang menjadi prioritas PT Angkasa Pura I?
Mayoritas. Oke. Terima kasih Mbak Cindy. Kalau lihat dari awal presentasi saya Mbak, yang prioritas utama kita ada di, bisa tolong balik nggak ya tadi ya ke decknya, yang region yang YIA, region 2 berarti ya. Nah region 2 itulah yang menjadi fokus kita Mas Cindy. Kenapa? Karena pengembangan, kalau lihat tadi ini kembali lagi ke strategi besar kita ya, untuk restru financial dan itu menjadi keluarlah strategi yang harus funding yang non interest bearing dan keluar strategi tadi strategic partnership dan sekuritisasi nanti melalui di leverage of the asset. Nah, kenapa tadi YIA inilah salah satu aset terbesar yang kita punya. Dan of course dengan hutangnya ya. Kalau aset kan tetap punya kita, tapi hutangnya yang sedang kita restru. Makanya kenapa kita balik lagi nih, sekarang transformation restructure ini menjadi North Star-nya AP1. Jadi fokusnya memang harus ada di aset-aset yang terbesar kita. Kalau seperti Bali kan sudah menjadi suatu aset yang terkapitalisasi dengan baik ya dan reboundnya pun cepat. Tapi kalau kayak Jogja yang baru sekali kita buka, pas kita buka pandemi pula. Gitu. Saya ingat banget pas belum buka, saya ke AP1 tuh Maret 2020. Pas April 2020 lockdown. Nah ini agak sama kayak kayak YIA, begitu dia dibuka malah lockdown. Jadi ini challenge terbesar, padahal punya potensi terbesar di dalam karena secara geografi. Kalau nanti begitu dibuka ini sebagai Jogja ini sebagai center dari transit international hub. Ini dari Oceania nih, New Zealand, Aussie gitu ya. Nanti kita akan targetkan untuk bisa transit di YIA. Nah, dari YIA baru dia ke Europe. Jadi itu lebih cepat nanti.
Memang peluangnya juga jadi bisa
besar. Karena tadi dia punya keunggulan secara geografi, bahkan dari ketimbang dari Singapura ya. Kalau dari tadi Aussie itu namanya kangaroo route ya. Itu kalau ke Changi itu lebih jauh sebenarnya. Tapi kalau dia begitu lewat di Jogja, dia lebih dekat dan Jogja dia tinggal flight ke sana, kemana ke Europe mostly. Itu kenapa paling penting adalah di region 2 ini untuk kami. Gitu.
Jadi memang ini menjadi region priority ya dari AP, tapi tentunya tidak menutup kemungkinan ya Pak untuk para investor yang tertarik dengan region-region lain.
Makanya Mas Indi kalau saya lihat tadi, ini kita baru pertama kali sebenarnya mengumumkan secara open menu-menu investment kita yang ada. Ya, mulai dari tadi by region, by airports, ataupun by land asset, ataupun cargo and logistic asset. Karena bisnis terbesarnya kita kan ada di sana ya. Jadi kita buka nih sekarang, oke, everyone who wants to invest, see the board menu. Lebih gampangnya gitu sekarang.
Nextnya Pak tadi ya mungkin yang airport kita udah bisa melihat ya Pak, tapi untuk yang land asset dan kargo itu kira-kira bagaimana mungkin growing dan potensialnya juga.
Benar Mas Indi, jadi gini, selama pandemi justru ini pelajaran buat semua di dunia aviasi ya. Di saat lagi down justru kargo yang naik. Di kita sepanjang 2020-2021 malah terekord kenaikan sekitar 30% untuk kargo throughput ya. Jadi di situ malah semua belajar. Oh kenapa? Ya memang penumpang berkurang nomor satu. Oh ya by history di Indonesia itu kargo itu 90% berasal dari belly kargo. Jadi kargo pesawat penumpang yang dibawa di belly-nya, di badan pesawat bawahnya tuh. Nah itu 90%. Nah karena penumpang berkurang, kargonya yang naik. Tapi at the same time untuk area-area yang susah, air freighter kargo juga naik. Jadi kenapa kita fokuskan sekarang? Kan kalau bisnis itunya bukan bisnis kita ya, untuk kargonya, air freightnya. Tapi kalau untuk aset tanahnya, lokasi kan itu di kita. Sebagai landlord kita mengusahakan, kita di middle mile lah istilahnya kalau di dunia kargo itu. Kalau kita berada di middle mile, berarti tugas kita menyediakan cargo village, menyediakan fulfillment center, itu menjadi core strategi utama malah untuk menaikkan throughput. Karena kalau misalnya bahas di ini ya tahu ya, di dunia kita nih aviasi ini airport ya, itu ada 3 sebenarnya core revenue. Satu itu adalah penumpang, kedua itu adalah pesawat ya, pesawat mendarat, pesawat masuk garbarata, itu semua bayar semua tuh ya, dan ketiga kargo. Nah makanya tadi di saat semua turun malah kargo yang naik. Jadi itu menjadi strategi utama besar kita malah yang menjadi perhatian di luar daripada tadi ya. Kita bilang anorganik sebenarnya. Ya, nah makanya cargo village dan fulfillment center lah yang menjadi core dari ekspansi kita. Nah yang kedua masih dilihat tadi kan banyak aset ya. Dan ini memang tipikal juga sih, banyak BUMN ini banyak punya aset juga. Dan ini yang aset yang kita kalau diinstruksikan oleh kementerian ya asetnya harus bekerja untuk kita. Maka saya bilang tadi, kita kebayang nggak di Denpasar area punya 30 hektar, nggak banyak loh itu. Nggak ada lagi malah, cuman kita kalian punya. Itu nempel dengan airport. Jadi ini sekarang lagi diutilisasi Mas Indi. Tadinya ini buat pengembangan airport tapi nggak jadi karena kita sudah reklamasi. Nah pengembangan inilah akan menjadi mixed use center. Jadi tadi gabungan lah kargo dan juga untuk aset-aset land, aset tanah. Seperti itu.
Sangat menarik sih Pak, potensinya ke depan mungkin untuk para potential investor. Mungkin kita masih ada waktu, mungkin last kalau dari saya ya, biasa yang jadi pertanyaan investor itu gimana memaintain EBITDA going forward, gimana memaintain operational supaya in the future juga makin better gitu ya. Kan tadi saya sekilas melihat ada gambaran transformasi ya, mungkin itu juga penting buat didengar gimana cara-cara AP1 untuk menjaga EBITDA tersebut dan menjaga profitability.
Ya Mas, basic kalau misalnya bicara EBITDA berarti kita bicarakan ke operational revenue ini ya. Ya berarti kita nekennya kalau mungkin para BUMN yang akan tahu nih, kita neken yang namanya BOPO, beban operasi versus pendapatan operasi. Jadi balance itu yang sedang kita lakukan, itu juga part dari tadi business turnaround yang dari transformasi AP1 bahwa dalam menjaga beban pendapatan yang sesuai dengan pendapatannya, ya kami harus bermainnya tadi melihatnya sekarang airport to airport. Nggak bisa disamain nih, umpama contoh kayak Bali yang memang trafficnya akan naik, ya bebannya kita harus sesuaikan juga. Dia nggak apa-apa naik, tapi pendapatannya harus naik juga. Tapi kalau untuk beberapa airport yang masih tiarap ya, sorry to say you have to cut your cost. Kan cost ini kan sesuatu yang masih di dalam kontrol kita ya. Kalau pendapatan kadang-kadang tadi tergantung banyak faktor. Apakah cuaca, apakah tadi ada pandemik, areanya masih lockdown, something like that lah. Itu yang kita belajar dari kemarin di musim pandemi ya. Jadi banyak cara Mbak memang business turnaround untuk menjaga tadi kepercayaan EBITDA. Ya kita fokus di operational excellence, key-nya cuma itu. Setelah itu kita jaga dari beban. Gitu. Kelihatannya gampang, tapi you have to do it.
Iya Pak, jadi memang sangat menarik bahwa AP1 juga sudah melihat hal itu dan bahkan sudah mempunyai rencana transformation plan-nya. Sehingga biasa kan investor akan worry ya, wah ini saat ini per cut off kapan, in the future seperti apa. Mungkin ini apabila ada dari audiensi yang ingin bertanya, kita masih ada sedikit waktu. Mungkin kalau ada yang, kalau belum tidak apa-apa, nanti kita ada sesi dan di sini juga Pak Dendi masih bisa diajak berdiskusi. Dan juga apabila butuh untuk sesi one on one, AP sangat terbuka. Ada.
Ini sedang melakukan di sini sih masih one on one ada beberapa nanti. Ya, baik, terima kasih Pak Kriti, Mas India. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih untuk AP1.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu
Selamat sore.
sekalian.
Thank you very much. That's the end session from PT Angkasa Pura I, Angkasa Pura I Airports Partnership Business Presentation Session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break for a moment, 15 minutes. You may take a break, and after 15 minutes, you may enter the room because we will continue and still have a session, this time from PT Bank Syariah Indonesia or BSI. The topic is Bank Syariah Indonesia's Transaction Plan Business Presentation Session. See you in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. check. Ladies and gentlemen, for you who still wait outside, please you may enter the room because we will continue our session from PT Bank Syariah Indonesia BSI, and the topic we'll discuss about Bank Syariah Indonesia's transaction plan business presentation session. Okay. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who still wait in the outside, you may enter the room because we will have a session this time from PT Bank Syariah Indonesia or BSI. The topic will be Bank Syariah Indonesia Transaction Plan Business Presentation Session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now last but not least, we have a session from PT Bank Syariah Indonesia BSI. The topic is Bank Syariah Indonesia Transaction Plan Business Presentation Session. And now, please welcome Mr. Rizky Budinanda, Group Head Investor Relations from PT Bank Syariah Indonesia BSI. Mr. Rizky, the stage is yours.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for having Bank Syariah Indonesia in the event. We would like to share a little bit of our upcoming transactions, which I hope with Pak Cahyo here is the CFO of Bank Syariah Indonesia. He will present some sort of about the transactions plan as well as the financial highlight of Bank Syariah Indonesia as of first half of 2022. First of all, Pak Cahyo, I think we would like to have some view on you on the current financials highlights of Bank Syariah Indonesia, and I think after that, as we all aware, there will be an upcoming right issue. And maybe you could share a little bit of what is this rights issue about and why you need a capital injections to the bank.
Thank you, Pak Rizky. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me start by give an update about the progress of Bank Syariah Indonesia. So it's been 1.5 years after the merger happened last year. So the merger happened on the 1st of February 2021. I think since the merger happened, a lot of progress we managed to create. For example, if we talk about the positioning, maybe we can go to the slide, the positioning of Bank Syariah Indonesia among the top 10 banks in Indonesia. Currently, from asset, we are number 7. Compared to I think top 10 banks in Indonesia, and then from financing we are number 6, from third party fund we are number 6 among top 10 banks, and then quite interesting that from the saving account actually we are number 5 in Indonesia. So I think it is quite important to understand that Bank Syariah Indonesia is one of the most strongest bank in terms of saving account that really help us to cut the cost of fund of this bank that last year I think we managed to cut the cost of fund almost 50% from around 2.6% to 1.5% right now. From the profitability, I think we also made a very good progress. If you see the return on asset, return on equity, even for the net margin, currently Bank Syariah Indonesia is in the rank number 2 compared to the top 10 banks in Indonesia. Of course, we still have a homework, which is cost to income ratio, because when the merger happened, we decide to invest quite a lot. So we just do the rebranding, for example, for all branches. We have more than 1,000 branches. For those reasons, I think our cost to income ratio is still number 9 if we compare with the top 10 banks in Indonesia. So again, this is our last position. So from the asset, funding, loan, and also from the profitability. So again, the strategy of this bank really based on the belief that actually there is a strong preference of Syariah Bank Indonesia. If we compare the market share, I think Bank Syariah Indonesia or the Bank Syariah in Indonesia, the market share is relatively very low, only less than 7%. If we compare with the other country, for example, with our neighbor Malaysia, they managed to have like a 30% market share. Of course, the question always, is there really demand for the Syariah Bank Indonesia? That's always the question that we have in Bank Syariah Indonesia. But if we see the research actually saying that actually 45% of Indonesian people, they have a preference on the Syariah Bank. The problem, in the past, no Syariah Bank that can really serve their need. I mean, Muslim in Indonesia is quite unique. I mean, yes, I'm a Muslim. Yes, I want a Syariah compliance product. As long as the price is as cheap as BCA, Mandiri, BRI, or BNI. That's, I think, it is quite unique, the fact that we need to understand from Indonesian Muslim customer. So the problem, in the past, no Syariah bank really have a good cost of fund, that no Syariah bank that really have like a good mobile banking. So no Syariah bank cannot serve this kind of need from the Muslim population in Indonesia. For those reasons, I think by becoming one of the biggest bank in Indonesia, I think Bank Syariah Indonesia, we managed to become not only the biggest Syariah bank, but I think the only Syariah bank that right now can compete with the top 4 bank in Indonesia. I think it's quite important because we see that some progress, for example, from the loan growth, we managed to have like right now last quarter around 22%. Yeah. Loan growth almost 22% that really focus on the individual segment, which is payroll based, become our main target in Bank Syariah Indonesia. For those reasons, I think we plan to raise the capital because when the merger happened, there is no capital injection. And then by strong growth, especially in the loan growth, I think we need to have a support from the capital. We plan to have a right issue, I think by the end of this year, the size around 5 trillion rupiah, that we believe it will help us to manage the capital adequacy ratio on the level of 20 to 21% that help us also to support the growth in the following years. I think that's the initial explanation, Pak Rizky.
Thank you, Pak Chow. I think related to right issue again, Pak, is there any plan for increasing the free float in the market? Because currently, you know, as per regulations, there's requirement to have a 7.5%, while at the moment, I think we are less than that. Is there any plan, Pak, for any placement, for instance, probably, Pak?
So again, I will start by giving the information that the current shareholder of Bank Syariah Indonesia is Mandiri. They have a 51% shares. And then the BNI, they have like a 25%, and the BRI is around 17%. And the rest is public. So the floating is relatively very small. And of course, the plan is it will be very good if there will be also increment in the floating shares, because right now I think the floating shares still under the requirement, yeah, because the regulation need around 7.5%, and now I think our public share is still 7%. So the answer is yes, there is a possibility that the bank will increase also the floating shares of ownership of this bank.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Again, in terms of timeline and the process, can you share, Pak, where we are now and on the right issue plan?
Yeah, I think last month, yeah, we already complete some of the requirement. We already finished the registration 1 to OJK, means that after we complete the RUPS for the right issue, and I think we are now on the progress on the registration to OJK. So we expect that the proceed we will get, I think, by the end of November, I think.
Okay. So can you share also on the use of proceed? I think you mentioned earlier that the part of the the purpose of having this right issue is to increase our capital adequacy ratio, Pak. So other than that, is there any plan for the use of proceed? What is it going to be used for, Pak?
So I think for now the use of proceed is 100% to support our loan growth. I mean, last year our loan growth, because of we just start the merger, only 9%. But on the third quarter, we already managed to have almost 22% loan growth. So I think it is very important to get the capital injection. So it like to secure that next year we still believe the loan growth is still quite good for the Bank Syariah Indonesia. If we see the loan growth, just to give you a color what kind of loan growth we have in Bank Syariah Indonesia, I think the biggest contribution for loan mix of this bank is really from the consumer segment. That I think in the second quarter we managed to grow almost. Can you show the data, the loan mix? Siapa ya operatornya? The loan mix, I think we grow by almost 18% on the second quarter and become 22% in third quarter. And the biggest contribution is payroll base that grow almost 42%. So this is really something that we believe become our next engine growth for Bank Syariah Indonesia. Okay, this slide is showing that the portion of the consumer getting higher in our portfolio mix. Previously, I remember when we start the merger, the loan mix for the consumer only 43%, now already 50% in our loan book. And if we see more detail what kind of loan we have in the consumer, I think the biggest contribution came from the payroll-based financing. Payroll-based financing. And then if we see more detail, from 100% payroll base that we have, only less than 40% that already got the financing. That's why we still quite confident, because in the normal situation, I think the penetration supposed to be around 60 to 70%. So this is why I think the capital injection become very important for this bank.
Okay, so the loan segment is going to be on consumer side, and maybe about the wholesale will also being one of the focus by to growth further, yeah, just to balancing the consumer going forward.
Yeah, I mean, for the wholesale segment, I think we work a lot together with Bank Mandiri, but at the end of the day, what we want to target actually from the wholesale customer is also the employee. You know, some company really need to get the wholesale loan first before we can get before we can become one of the payroll bank for the company. So that's why I think we are currently targeted prime customer in the wholesale segment, and then we are quite lucky because again, if we see the cost of fund, can you go to the slide cost of fund? In the past, I think it is almost impossible for Bank Syariah Indonesia targeted the top 100 best company in Indonesia, because the problem is in the past, cost of fund of Syariah Bank is quite expensive. But now by becoming Bank Syariah Indonesia, we managed to cut the cost of fund. By having a good cost of fund, I think if we compare with the top 4 bank, I think this is the rank number 4, I believe, if we see the cost of fund. This is allow us, again, to go together with Bank Mandiri, for example, to targeted some prime customer in the wholesale segment. In the past, almost impossible, Pak Rizky, because we don't have a good cost of fund that can compete in the segment. Again, in the wholesale segment, again, the competition always pricing that quite tight, yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pak. I think in the interest of time, can you share a little bit of what of the investment highlights for, let's say, the investors of looking into Bank Syariah Mandiri? Because as you mentioned earlier, there will be some portions will be placed out to the investors. So if you could share what's the investment thesis of having BSI shares?
Yeah, I think the most important thing that make this bank quite interesting is the potential of the Syariah Bank Indonesia. I think that not many banks in Indonesia that has this kind of opportunity for growth. Yeah. I mean, if we compare again, we only have a 6%, and then Malaysia they have like a 30% market share. We believe the gap is not supposed to be that high. So even if the market share of the Syariah Bank Indonesia can increase from 6% to let's say 10%, still much lower compared to Malaysia, still means double growth for the bank. So I think that's the most important thing. Again, the room for this bank to grow is quite promising. And if we see what happened 1.5 years after the merger happened, and we start to see that this is possible to happen. I think we also see some cases in our business development when we try to approach some of company to acquire the payroll. The 30%, the 40% actually something possible to achieve. So this is something that I think no many banks in Indonesia that have this kind of opportunity. I think most of conventional bank they're still in the relatively similar growth story. But if we compare with Bank Syariah, and we are also quite lucky, we are the biggest Syariah bank in Indonesia. I think the opportunity to grow, I think for this bank is really really promising. And I think the second thing also we need to understand about the support from the government. I think never before the government really give support for the Syariah segment. For example, for the first time, I think Bank Syariah can be the payroll bank for the civil servant. In the past, cannot. In the past, only conventional bank, the Himbara bank, then can become the payroll bank for the civil servant. But now, Syariah bank can become one of the option. I think this kind of support that's showing actually this bank, not only from the market share that's still relatively low, but also the support from the government and also from the whole environment of this country, I think provide us a good opportunity to grow. I think that the two main reason, and then of course, again, also quite important to understand, unfortunately, Bank Syariah Indonesia is really dominate the Syariah market. I mean, our market share, I think right now, around 45 to 50% from all the Syariah Bank Indonesia. And if we compare with the second player, I think the gap is quite huge. I mean, the whole opportunity, I think, for the Syariah banking is really belong to Bank Syariah Indonesia if we can manage well this bank to acquire the targeted segment.
I think also we have a uniqueness on the social spirituals. I think you may share a little bit on that.
So again, sometimes the question is why people choose Bank Syariah instead of conventional bank. So the approach always, we have a 3 discipline in Bank Syariah Indonesia. We call it the 3 discipline of to become the financial solution, and also to give the spiritual and social solution. I think the only bank that can provide the 3 approaches is only Syariah Bank. For example, from the financial solution perspective, yes, we give the same pricing, the same features that conventional bank can provide on the mobile banking, for example. But they can also use some spiritual solution and also social solution in the mobile banking. For example, we can find what is the time for praying here in Bali, what is the direction of praying, or where is the closest mosque through our mobile platform. So this is like an approach that totally different with the most of conventional bank. And also the customer, if they use our mobile apps, they can do a donation, zakat infak sedekah through our mobile platform. So every time the customer finish their financial transaction, for example, in their mobile banking, there will be a following offering to do a donation. It starts from the small numbers, from 1,000 rupiah into 100,000 rupiah. So again, this approach is really a unique approach that make us, I believe, differentiate Bank Syariah Indonesia compared to other banks in Indonesia. Well, based on our data, actually, the customer really use this kind of features. I talked to some of my friends in Indonesia for praying time, for example. In the past, I think most of us, we use a Muslim Pro, right, to know the praying time. But now, I think people start also to use our mobile banking. The reason very simple, because in Muslim Pro, there is a lot of advertising. I just want to find out the Zuhur time here in Denpasar. But if we use a Muslim Pro, there will be a lot of advertising. So better use a BSI mobile banking, no advertising yet, not yet. We don't know in the future. But it's something that's quite unique that we believe bring unique value for the customer. And then from the donation, for example, I think what we understand, actually the Muslim Indonesia is actually quite generous. I think the problem is in the past, if we want to do a donation, there is a lot of limitation. I mean, as a Muslim, yes, we do a donation every Friday through the small box with a small hole. Even if you want to donate 200,000 rupiah, is quite difficult because the hole is very small. Even Pak Rizky, that the salary is already quite good, Bank Syariah Indonesia. If we want to donate 10 million, almost impossible through the small box. So what we try to change is by providing the digital approach. So we put Kris, for example, in every small box in the mosque, so people can do a donation with any amount they want. We remind customer to do a donation every Friday. Every time the customer finish the transaction, we remind them to do a donation. So it's like we become their friends, not only for their financial needs, but also spiritual and social solution for the customer. I think it's quite unique approach. I think there is no bank in Indonesia really provide this kind of services, Pak Rizky.
Okay, I think just to add on that, probably on the customer base that we have, I think we are also strong on that, Pak Cahyo. Especially when we are part of Bank Mandiri ecosystem, where in the future, not long after this, we will launch a super apps which allow us to also tap the Bank Mandiri users if the Bank Mandiri customers wish to have a Sharia financial services. Not to mention also on the Islamic ecosystem that we are currently developing, Pak, especially on the Hajj, Umrah, and the donations and mosques, which can help us with the number of new customer acquisitions, plus also from the managing their account, not only payroll but the daily transactional needs. So I guess maybe to sum up the summary of our investment highlight is that we are very benefiting from the merger. We are currently having some scale that will allow us to compete with the other top 10 banks. We are number 7 now, as you mentioned, in terms of balance sheet. We are also much better off in terms of profitability. And also with the strong support from the government, especially with the next year regulations that require the Sharia unit of conventional bank to be transformed into a Sharia bank, it also create opportunity for us, especially for having an inorganic growth. So I think this opportunity is not only like a normal conventional bank that they have now, but we have some scale, unique positions, and as well as opportunity in going forward.
Yeah, so Pak Rizky, I think from every angle, if we see the data compared to the legacy bank, of course this bank is much better from any data, from performance, from numbers, and I think it's quite important. Ada datanya kan, yang if we compare with the before the merger, I think this bank has a good performance. And I think, yeah, for the first time, there is a strong contender for the top 4 bank in Indonesia. I mean, you know, before it's quite difficult. Yeah? I mean, the top 4 bank really dominate the market in Indonesia. One of the reason is their presence is very strong. You know, not many banks in Indonesia has more than 1,000 branches. I think only top 4 bank that manage to have more than 1,000 branches all over Indonesia. And then Indonesia is quite unique. The physical branch is quite important. The physical branch is quite still important. So through this merger, actually suddenly there is a bank that has more than 1,300 branches all over Indonesia. So for the first time, there is a Syariah bank or Islamic bank that on the 1st of February of 2021, we have like a 1,300 branches all over Indonesia with the same branding, with the same color, and bring the name of the Bank Syariah Indonesia. You know, it's quite unique when I talk with some customer that for the first time they can see Bank Syariah everywhere. You know, in the past, Bank Syariah Mandiri only have like a 500 something, BNI only 300, BR only 300, very small in the with a different color. So not really people aware about the number. But by becoming one, suddenly there is a 1,300 branches all over Indonesia. And you know, in Indonesia, unfortunately, it is still important to have a physical looks, you know. Yeah. Physical looks, it is quite important. I mean, and then for a newcomers that want to compete with the top 4 banks, of course it is very expensive if they want to build 1,300 branches. Right. But through the merger, well, like or dislike, we have 1,300 branches. And then I think this is really an example how the merger bring the benefit for this company that finally really help us to compete by having a good scale. I think that's the point that I want to point out about the result of the merger.
Okay, I think we can conclude. Yeah, thank you so much for having us here. And thanks you also for attending these very short presentations. I think if you have any further questions or any queries about BSI, feel free to reach us out to email investor-relations@bankbsi.co.id. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. That's the end session from PT Bank Syariah Indonesia BSI, Bank Syariah Indonesia's Transaction Plan Business Presentation Session. Thank you for PT BSI and all the speakers, and you may return to your seats. Thank you. Yeah, you may give applause one more time for PT BSI. Thank you very much. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our investor teaser for today. We hope the panel discussion and also the presentation session from our prominent speakers were uplifting and insightful, driving you to carry out the discussion we had into sustainable and inclusive growth. I am Audrey Chandra. On behalf of the committee, would like to thank you for your attendance from the day one until now. Enjoy your afternoon. Stay happy, stay healthy, and see you another time. Thank you and goodbye.